Mike's joined by Jerry Murphy.
Or is Jerry Murphy joined?
Hey.
Hey, Josh.
Hey, what's up, Drew?
Some bear in the background.
I heard Mike wrestled that one with his hands.
Oh, boy.
I got the other one back there. I'm trying to hide it. That was 700.
Oh.
Well, good evening, everybody.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, Stan.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Oh,
Hello,
perfect.
Mr. Ski.
Hey, Drew, how are you?
I'm well, and yourself?
Oh, good. I'm on a little trip. I'm just signing in.
Well, thanks for joining.
No problem.
Hopefully your trip is going well.
It is actually. I just got down. We're in Tampa on a golf trip for. We got 36 guys coming down for a nice little weekend.
Oh, wow. That does sound like fun.
Yeah. How's everybody else doing?
Good. I think Dave said it best. You know, we're almost halfway through the week here.
Hi, everybody.
Hello, Doc.
How you doing?
Good.
Good. Hey, Tim.
Good evening, Dr. Parker.
Good evening.
Mike, Joe Toscano and Catherine Sermad should be let in to the webinar. Steve Gowan, the attorney for the applicant, should be let in.
Hey, good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Joe.
Hello, Joe.
All right, we'll give it just a couple of minutes and we will officially. Welcome, Catherine.
Hello, Chairman. How are you?
Well, and yourself?
Doing well. Ready for spring weather.
Yes, I think we all are. Really need to get some better lighting in my office. Most of my meetings occur during the day, so I don't really notice it as much.
I like Tom's background.
Tom always has that wonderful background. Welcome, Ted.
Yeah, how about that?
Mike, you could let in Jason Dunn, who's on the BWB update.
Right. So I think we've almost got everybody. Has anybody spoken to Chris Quinn to see if she's attending?
I talked to her earlier in the week and she said she was going to.
She's on it. She's on in the Mike's got to bring her in. She's online.
Thank you. All right. So it's 6:01. Why don't we get started? So first, welcome everybody. I want to thank you for joining us this evening. It looks like we've got pretty much all of the board members, and I see we've got a nice attendance from the public as well. So grateful for that and looking forward to a great discussion tonight. Today is March 2nd, 2002. This meeting is now in session, and all proper notifications have been provided per the Open Public Meetings Act. What I'd like to do real quick is a quick roll call to see who we've got. So Diana, if you could do a quick roll call, and then we'll do our customary salute to the flag.
Yes, Chairman Reyna. Dr. Parker,
Yes, here.
Councilman Hersberg,
Here.
Mr. Sylvester,
Here.
Mr. Ski,
Here.
Mr. Gold,
Here.
Mr. Toscano,
Here.
Mr. Murphy,
Here.
Councilwoman Quinn,
Here.
and Chairman Reyna.
Here. All right, so with that, we'll move to the salute of the flag, as is customary. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
One
one
nation.
nation,
Under
God,
God,
indivisible,
with
with liberty and justice for all. Again, welcome everybody. I am excited to have our conversation tonight. As is customary, we've got a couple of things on the agenda that we will run through. First and foremost, I'd like to welcome those out in the public forum that are joining us for today. As a reminder, we will hold this meeting as we traditionally have. We've got two applicants that are on the docket today. We've got BWB Holdings, and we've got Diamond Ship Realty that we'll be discussing today. We'll start with BWB Holdings first. I expect, based on the number of attendees that we've got currently, I know this will likely be a longer meeting. We will take last witness at 9:45 this evening. And if for some reason we are not complete, then obviously that will move to our next session. Just with regards to sort of the flow of this evening's events, for those that are not traditionally participating in this, we will go through, we will accept for each of the different applicants, we will accept testimony for each of them. We will go through that. We will then open this up to the public for commentary in addition to board member questions and feedback. So any questions or clarity with regards to this evening's events? All right. With that, why don't we start with minutes approval? Mike, would you like to kick us off?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes of the January 19th, 2022 planning board meeting as recorded.
Okay, can I get a second?
I'll second.
Okay, second. Thank you, Ted. Thank you, Michael. Next up is our Delmar resolution.
Yeah, right.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to memorialize resolution of the planning board of the Township of Sparta approving the preliminary and final site plan, C variances and site plan exceptions, application of Delmar Woodport LLC relating to block 2014, lots 7 and 8, 200 Woodport Road, and located in the C1 zone district.
Great. Thank you, Mike. Can I get a second?
I'll second
I'll
it.
second.
Who's that? Pete or Ted?
Ted Dunn spoke up first, so Ted gets a second.
All right. Thank you, Ted.
Drew, can you hear me, Drew?
We can. Hello, Christine.
Okay, so John Kohler is in the lobby, and John, if you could just raise your hand, then this way Mike knows to let you in.
Great. Thanks, Christine.
Sorry, I'm sorry for the interruption, but John wanted to get on, so.
No, thank you. All right. So with the minutes approval and with the Delmar resolution, can we get a roll call, Diana?
Yes, Chairman Reyna. Councilwoman Quinn,
Yes,
Councilman Hersberg, Councilman Hersberg,
I think you're muted, Josh.
Mr. Sylvester,
Yes,
Mr. Toscano,
Yes.
Councilman Hersberg, and Chairman Reyna.
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman, this is Mr. Collins now. The BWB Holdings is not a full hearing. It's just a return to you of an explanation by Dave Simmons, your board attorney, of a field change that the applicant needed to make for the electric utility meter and the electric utility transformer. So it's not a full public hearing. It's not even an amendment to the site plan. It's more following up on the site plan from field work. So I think Dave Simmons could describe that to you quickly. And if you had any questions, he could answer. And also Jason Dunn is available, the applicant's planner, in case you have any questions for Jason.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, this is Dave Simmons. I just wanted to get back to the board. If you'll recall, the applicant, when they came in for their amended site plan to move the building back, they did show an area where they were going to put their electric meters and what have you to power the building in one of the bullnose islands in the parking lot. And there was some concern on the board's part to make sure that it was buffered properly and wasn't necessarily visible from Main Street in Sparta. By the same token, the applicant did not want to put the electric meters on the front right corner of the building because they've got that nice building and they didn't want to have all the meters in view of the architectural work that they were installing on the building itself. So subsequent to the meeting of the board and its approval, we did have several back and forth discussions with Mr. Dunn, the applicant's planner, as well as the applicant's electrical contractor to come up with something that I believe would satisfy the board as far as buffering the electric metering equipment and various switch gear, while at the same time not becoming onersome to the applicant and the building owner as far as installing. And I believe Mr. Dunn provided a hard copy of the print entitled Proposed Screening Wall for Electric Utilities, prepared by Dykstra Associates, dated February 14th, 2022. It's one sheet. And basically what they did after the electrical contractor got involved, he was able to size out just how much camouflage wall, if you will, was going to be needed to buffer and screen the proposed meters and electrical gear. And they ended up providing enough to camouflage everything while at the same time minimizing the height and overall dimension. And the plan shows the configuration that they came up with was basically an L-shaped wall. I'm looking at the plans and it says facing the street, the section of the wall is 7 feet long by 6.5 feet high. And the L-shaped piece facing the parking lot is 5 foot long and again, 6.5 feet high. And if you look at the profile, they are building it with materials that will blend in with the overall buildings on the site. They are putting some screening on the top of the wall, and they're also putting some plantings to buffer a substantial part of both sides of the wall as well as in back. Looking at it from a power standpoint, they're bringing the power in from Main Street to this configuration, and then they're in a good position where they put the bullnose and the screening that I just described to come into basically the right front corner of the proposed building. And the reason that's significant is apparently the way they have their building all designed, the right front hand corner of the building is where their utility room is. There was something in the resolution that perhaps going in the back by the HVAC units, but there was a problem there, as I understood it, with JCP&L not wanting to go back that far. Plus, if they went in that area, they'd have to bring all the power and utilities back to the front right corner again. So this seemed to be the best solution that everybody could come up with that provided screening and provided adequate room to mount the meters and the switch gear without causing any unsightly equipment on the outside of the main building that they want to preserve the looks of. The other thing that this particular configuration comes up with is the fact that when they mentioned this at the last hearing, we weren't sure how far off the property line they were. And subsequent to the meeting, Mr. Dunn put together the plan that showed they do not need a variance for what they're proposing. So this seemed to be the best option for all worlds and all concerns, if you will. And I discussed this with Mr. Collins, and we thought it best to run it by the board just so you could see what was going on to keep you abreast of everything.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dave. Mr. Dunn, anything to add?
No, thank you, Chairman. That was a good summary, Mr. Simmons. We, as he said, we went back and forth on this a few different ways. The site plan itself is not changed, like the curb locations. We did have to move some landscaping around to make this work. But I think it's a good way to camouflage the utilities from view from the road and the majority of the site.
Great. Thanks, Jason. So with that, Tom, do we need to
put... Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
No, this is just mostly we just wanted to tell the board of this field change that Dave is likely to approve or is probably going to approve. But if the board members had any problems or questions, we wanted the board to ask Dave and see if he could address them.
Great, thank you, Tom. Diana, do you want to do a quick roll call of the board members, see if there are any outstanding questions as it relates to BWB?
Yes, Chairman Bradenton. Councilwoman Quinn?
Good from my side.
Dr. Parker?
No questions.
Councilwoman Hersberg?
He's on the phone and somebody needs to let him in. So from the phone into the conference as a panelist.
Thank you.
Mrs. Quinn, would you happen to know the last 3 digits of his number?
I will send them to you. Yes, I'll post them. I'll send it. And
Thank
also
you.
Kurt Morris joined as well. And just while we're on this topic of letting people in while you're in the lobby, can you please also let Kurt Morris in as a panelist?
I'm actually having an issue letting him in. For some reason, it just keeps bouncing. I'll continue to try until he connects.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sylvester.
Yes, I just wanted to get further clarification. Mr. Simmons, based on a previous approval, is this a significant change or modification that was discussed and agreed upon? Or do you I understand your report says you feel this was the most adequate use based on the field judgments and the professionals in reviewing it? But I just want to make sure this isn't a major change or conflict with what our original conditions and approval was.
I think what the situation was on the original approval, one of the things that the board had in there to investigate was the possibility if the meters could be put, called the back left corner of the building where the HVAC units were. And we did pursue that. But again, for the information that I was provided on the electric company not wanting to go back there, and also having to bring all the power if the equipment was back there all the way to the back of the front building, it didn't work logistically very well for the owner of the building. So with that, we went back to locating it towards the area where you see it. And it was a situation where, as long as we didn't have a variance, and we did work hard and Mr. Dunn came up with a couple iterations to avoid a variance. We're not exactly where the board was talking about, but I think it's the best that we can do and that addresses everybody's concerns.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ski.
No, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kohler.
No questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Gold.
No questions.
Thank you. Mr. Toscano.
No questions.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy.
Questions? No questions.
Thank you. And Chairman Reyna.
No questions. Dave and Jason, thank you for collaborating together and coming up with something that is that's equitable for all parties and helps address sort of our initial concerns and discussions from the previous meeting. So thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you to the board for considering this. We really appreciate working with you this way.
Thank you. So if there are no other questions as it relates to BWB Holdings at this point, I would open it up to the public to see if there are any questions from the outside public. Correct, Tom?
No, on this one for BWB Holdings, Mr. Chairman, there's no hearing technically tonight. It's really just Dave reporting back to you on the field change that he's approving. So
okay.
If the hearing it was already over, it's a complying change. So we can turn now, if you want to Diamond Chip Realty LLC, and we can recognize the applicant's attorney, Mr. Steve Goen. But you call the calendar.
Yeah, no, that sounds great, Tom. I appreciate it. So yeah, let's move forward over to Diamond Chip Realty. If you'd like to swear them in and.
Sure. We also, so I think Mr. Goen is in the meeting. And I want to see if Mr. Larry Cohen, an attorney representing an interested party, is on the attendees and whether he could be let in by Mike Dempsey. So it's Larry Cohen, C-O-H-E-N. I didn't see him 15 minutes ago, but maybe he's there now. Larry, if you are on and can raise your hand, maybe your name isn't shown.
I don't see him at this time. Oh, there's Nancy Cohen.
Yeah, it's under Nancy.
Just a reminder, you can only have one device connected to this meeting in a room at one time. If you have more than one device, please disconnect or mute the microphone and speaker.
Okay. So Mr. Cohen, are you now able to speak?
He has been let in as a panelist.
Here I
Okay.
am.
Larry?
Can you hear me?
Hi, Larry. You hear us?
Yes.
I think I heard your voice. There you are. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
And
Thank you
thank
very
you,
much.
Larry. We're recognizing the applicant, and obviously we'll recognize you in turn. The case has been called and Mr. Goen is going to speak, but before we go any further, I just want to ask if there's anyone in the audience who is an attorney representing someone, himself or another person, please raise your hand. This is just for attorneys now. Raise your hand and let our computer expert see your raised hand and tell me your name, and we will let in attorneys who are appearing for anyone, including themselves.
And Mr. Collins, I did allow one individual in. His name
Okay.
disappeared before I had a chance to write it down.
Okay, so ma'am or sir who has been admitted, who raised their hand, please state your name and if you're an attorney.
Tom, good evening. Mr. Chairman, good evening. This is Anand Dash. I'm a partner at the law firm of Kennedy's. I'm at the moment an attorney and resident of Sparta Township and participating in that capacity as a lawyer as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dash.
Thank you.
So please go ahead, Mr. Goen.
Thank you. Can you hear me, Tom?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. Steve Goen from the law firm of Giordano, Halloran, and Ciesla. I'm a partner in our real estate group, and I am here tonight representing Diamond Ship Realty LLC, the applicant in this matter. The property that we are talking about tonight is 33 Demarest Road. That's located at the corner of Limecrest Road and Demarest Road in Sparta. It's also known as Lot 23 in Block 12008. Many of the board members may be familiar with this property. It's improved with the diamond sand and gravel facility and the Sparta Ready Mix facility. That's a combination of a concrete manufacturing plant and a sand and gravel production facility. So what we are here tonight to present is an application for preliminary site plan approval. And I want to stress, both for the board and for the members of the public that are here, that we are seeking only preliminary site plan approval tonight. So we've prepared a plan that we feel is fairly detailed. There were a number of questions raised by the board's professionals in advance of this hearing. Hopefully we're going to answer all of those questions tonight. But at the end of this process, we're going to be asking for a vote from the board only for preliminary site plan approval. And what that means is that we'll be required after this to comply with any conditions that the board comes up with. We'll have to go and seek outside agency approvals from NJDEP and the county and others. And then we'll come back to this board after satisfying all of those conditions for final site plan approval. So this will not be the board's last shot at us. And then, as a matter of fact, because of the nature of this application, there will be a third board review, and that will be ultimately when we have a tenant for the project that we are proposing. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands that this is just the first step in the process, and that we are only asking for preliminary site plan approval tonight. The proposal that we have is to redevelop the diamond sand and gravel facility with a warehouse facility. So the application that we've prepared tonight is fully conforming. There are no variances. The application meets all the applicable zoning and development requirements of the township's ED zoning ordinance. As the planning board may know, the ED zone was amended about a year ago to permit this type of project. And what we have endeavored to do here with the plan that you're going to see tonight is present an application that is fully conforming. There was, I do know for everybody's benefit, there was one variance that was identified by the board's professionals prior to this meeting that had to do with a monument sign. We had requested 2 monument signs where only 1 is permitted. And we are, I'll represent that we are withdrawing that request. So we're only going to be asking for the 1 monument sign, and that eliminates the 1 bulk variance that was identified. So with respect to this application, there are no variances, bulk or otherwise. There is 1 design waiver that has to do with a retaining wall that our engineer is going to discuss with you. And at the outset, I would like to let the board know that we did have an opportunity to obtain review letters from your professionals. We received a letter from Dave Simmons dated February 9th, 2022, and we received a letter from Catherine Sarmad dated February 24th, 2022. And we will fully comply with those review letters. So in the event the board grants preliminary site plan approval with this application, what that means is that we would have to make any plan revisions requested by the board's professionals in those review letters, comply with any recommendations in those review letters, and that would be a condition of our preliminary site plan approval. To take you through the application tonight, I have a number of witnesses. We're going to start with Tony Diggin. He's our civil engineer. I have Richard Saunderson, who is our project architect. Jim Ford is a representative of the applicant and the applicant's development consultant. We have Adam Gibson, who is our traffic engineer, and we have Mike Green, who is our environmental consultant. So I understand that there's a lot of public interest here. And I would like to say at the outset that what we are here to do tonight is to not only present this application, but also answer the board's questions and any questions that the public may have. So what I'd like to do first at this point is call up Mr. Diggin to start our testimony. So Tony?
Thank you, Mr. Goen. Before we get started with the public hearing, I just want to see if there are any objections from the 2 attorneys to jurisdictional issues. So Mr. Cohen or Mr. Dash, do you want to address the board and me on any jurisdictional issues?
Mr. Collins, I've reviewed the notices pursuant to NJSA 40:55D-12. I find the legal notices have been complied with pursuant to the 200-foot notice list. And so I have no per se objection on jurisdiction at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Dash. And Mr. Cohen?
Yes, I similarly, I don't have a question with reference to jurisdiction as to whether or not the applicant has met the notice requirements. There may be an issue that arises subsequently as to whether or not there has to be any application to the Board of Adjustment with reference to this application. But that remains to be seen after testimony. Other than that, that technically is not a jurisdiction, but a more of a venue issue as to what board, because I know that Sparta has 2 separate boards. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. And please, we'll go ahead now, Mr. Goen, and I'll swear in Mr. Diggins. Sir, the witness, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Diggins. And please state your name, spell your last name, and give us at least a business address.
Sure. Tony Diggin, D-I-G-G-A-N. Business address is 902 Carnegie Center Boulevard, Princeton, New Jersey, 08540. And I work for Kinley Horn and Associates.
Thank you, Mr. Diggins. And the board has not, I don't believe the board has seen you before. So if you and your attorney would go over your qualifications, we would appreciate that.
Sure. Go ahead. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of New Jersey. My license is in good standing and is active. I have a Bachelor of Science in Environmental Engineering. I've been involved in practice of civil engineering and land development for over 23 years. And oversee land development services in New Jersey for Kinley Horn. Appeared before numerous boards, redevelopment boards, county boards, before DEP, before Meadowlands. Appeared informally before Sparta, but then I appeared before Mawa, Princeton, West Windsor, East Windsor, Carneys Point.
And your license is in good standing in the state of New Jersey currently.
Yes, sir.
So I would ask that the board accept Mr. Diggins' qualifications as a professional engineer.
Thank you, gentlemen. I don't have any questions for his qualifications, but we'll open it to voir dire only to Mr. Cohen and Mr. Dash, just the qualifications.
This is Lawrence Cohn. I have no questions before qualifications.
Yeah, I do not either as the qualifications.
Thank you, gentlemen, and please go ahead, Steve and Tony.
Sure. First, I'm gonna, Tom, we have an exhibit that I'm gonna pull up. So I'm gonna share my screen, and we'll mark this, I guess, as A1.
Very good. And just have Mr. Diggins identify what it is, and
Sure.
go ahead and have it.
Diana, could you just let me, could you enable screen sharing so I can share?
You were able to share your screen now, sir.
Sorry. Okay, so Tony, first off, can you just identify what we're seeing with this exhibit?
Sure. This is Marcus Exhibit A1. This is an aerial exhibit of existing conditions prepared by my firm, Kinley Horn, dated February 24, 2022. It's a 200 scale drawing, and north is plan up, if you will. And so first what I'll do is describe the existing site conditions. And then after that, we'll move on to proposed site conditions. So again, this is an area of existing site conditions. And let me zoom in here. All right. Okay. All right, the project site, which is bounded in the yellow double dash line there, is located at 33 Demarest Road, Sparta Township, Sussex County, New Jersey. Its current use is industrial manufacturing. It houses the Sparta Ready Mix, which includes a cement manufacturing plant and a sand wash operation where material is imported and processed on site. The project parcel is known as Block 12,008, Lot 23. It's approximately 68.04 acres. The site is in the economic development zone where warehouse, storage, and distribution is a permitted use. To the north, the project's bounded by commercial and light industrial uses along Gale Court, and to the west and southwest, commercial and light industrial uses. And on the southeast, it's bordered by the New York Susquehanna Western Railway. And across the railway, there's an NJ DOT property with non-residential uses also in the ED zone. To the east, the parcel is bounded by a vacant and undeveloped parcel in the PCD zone, the planned commercial development zone. Presently, access from the site is handled via a split driveway off of Demarest Road, about 150 feet north of the railway. This point of access is used by employees, cement trucks, and trucks hauling materials for the sand wash business. The site along the southern boundary has a 1,200 linear foot of existing rail siding, which provides access to the New York, Susquehanna, and Western Railroad. The soils on the site are 50% of the soils on the site are listed as sand and gravel, which contain no HSG soil classification, and the remaining soils are type A soils. Presently, 30 acres of the site are existing motor vehicle surface based on the operations, and motor vehicle surface is defined as any pervious or impervious surface which is intended to be used by vehicles and is subject to precipitation. Our office prepared an exhibit of this area which is included in the stormwater management report, and provided both to Sparta Township and NJDP as part of our permitting. The site generally drains from the northeast to the southwest to a culvert located under the railway, and beyond that to a wetland mitigation project completed by NJDOT as part of the Route 15 overpass, which was constructed to place Route 15 over the railway up by Houses Corner Road. There are several man-made settling ponds and ditches that were constructed to support the site's sand wash operation. These features are either classified as man-made ditches or isolated wetlands. There are mapped wetlands along the southern parcel boundary, and there are also wetlands along the eastern parcel boundary, and a portion of that wetlands is under a conservation easement. There are no regulated drainage features. Let me back up a second. These features are documented in the NJDEP freshwater wetlands letter of interpretation, which has been extended and is valid through May 10th, 2025. There are no regulated drainage features on site. However, there is a regulated feature with no better bank located across the railway on the NJDOT parcel. This feature ultimately discharges under Demarest Road, but the feature does not flow under normal conditions. Our firm has submitted an FHA line verification application with NJDEP to establish the riparian buffers in the regulated flood hazard area. Any questions on existing conditions?
Why don't you try to go all the way through
sure,
without interruption, and Tony or Mr. Diggins, and that way we can keep it orderly, and that's what the board prefers for the presentation of the witnesses, your presentation, and also other witnesses for the applicant first. So please keep going.
Great. Do you think I can get a minute to share my screen? Because you have to zoom in there pretty close.
Yeah, would it be possible to make Tony a presenter also and allow him to share his screen?
If I mute?
Mike Dempsey, can they both?
Who would you like to be able to share their screen?
Tony Diggin.
Only one of you can share at a time.
I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop my share.
Okay, you can stop your share, or I could stop it for you.
Tony's going to pull up another exhibit.
Okay, he should be able to share his screen now. Just please make sure the microphone and speaker are turned off on that computer.
Sure. I'm just going to use this. I think we're good now. Okay, Tony. So this is going to be exhibit number 2, which will mark as A2.
Yeah, this is exhibit A2, which is identical to the sheet C400, including our preliminary site plan application. The date on this one is February 17th, 2022. It is an 80 scale plan, and plan is plan north. Actually, north is plan northeast, if you will, in this direction.
Thank you, gentlemen. That'll be A2, I think. Is that right, Steve?
Correct. Yep.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Tony. So why don't you just let's take them through. This is proposed conditions. So why don't you talk to them about what we're proposing here with this application?
Yep. So the applicant proposes to cease the Sparta Ready Mix operations to construct 2 modern rail served warehouse buildings totaling 880,480 square feet Proposed building A on the eastern side of the property is 373,600 square feet with two 5,000 square foot office blocks in this top northwest corner and another 5,000 square foot block down here in this southwest corner. Building B is located on the western portion of the property, is 508,800 square feet. And again, this also has two 5,000 square foot office blocks, one in the northeast corner of building B and one in the southwest corner. Zoom in a little bit. Building A will have a boxcar loading dock on its eastern facade with a canopy. It'll have a new rail siding that's going to extend 800 feet from the existing rail siding along the east side, and then it'll have 850 feet of boxcar loading dock. Building B, access to the rail is via 4 ramps that connect building A directly from the boxcar loading down the ramp through a striped out access way through the truck court and into the ramp on the western side of building B. From a circulation standpoint, truck traffic access the site via 2 driveways, one in the northwest corner here, and another driveway in this southwest corner. The idea is, or the design intent is that trucks will be able to circulate the loading dock areas in a counterclockwise direction, so they have their eye on the same side of the dock. Passenger cars will access the site through the same 2 driveways and will circulate to one of 4 parking fields located along the end caps of the 2 buildings. Here, and these 2 areas. Emergency access is provided around the entirety of the industrial park through the normal circulation drives. And then there's a emergency access that comes off this southeastern parking field at the southern corner of building A, proceeds east, and then there's an at-grade rail crossing here with the rail siding. And then that proceeds back north along that boxcar loading dock and ultimately reconnects with the parking field in the north. Now that road, that emergency access is intended to be pervious. It'll be grass pavers or an interlocking technology to support the fire truck. From a parking standpoint, there are 191 total docks on the site, 67 on the east side. 67 on building A on that west side, and there are 124 total on building B. There are 50 trailer park spaces over on the west side of building B, which are size 12 by 55. And from an employee parking standpoint, we had received some feedback on that. At the present, we're showing 306 spaces, and we're land banking 119 in this area here. I think it's important to point out that the land bank spaces, as well as the emergency access, or sorry, the canopy, the boxcar loading canopy on the east side of the building, as well as the railroad ballast, are all included in the impervious cover calc. The reason we're asking for 300 stalls is because the parking ratios we're seeing now, the tenant, are varying somewhere between 1 to 2,500, which is about 350 stalls, down to, or up to rather, 1 per 2,000 square feet of warehouse, which would be about 440 stalls. And so to maintain flexibility on potential tenants, we've chosen land bank 119 stalls on that western side. There's also a newer DCA reg that requires a percentage of the stalls be EV make ready. In our case, they do the ones that were built, so 306 stalls at 4% of the requirement would yield approximately 12 stalls would be EV ready. And I believe a small portion that would also have to be ADA. From a bulk standpoint, as Mr. Goen pointed out, the application is fully conforming with the ED ordinance. We meet all the bulk requirements, including the front, rear, and side yard building and parking setbacks. From a maximum impervious coverage standpoint, 65% is permitted. We're at 54%. Maximum building height is 56 feet, and building A is approximately 15.5 feet, and building B is 49 feet. So we're well under that maximum height. From a building coverage standpoint, 45% is permitted. We're at 29.7%, and the maximum parking coverage is 45% as well, and we're at 24.3%. Again, that does include the bank parking and the ballast on the rail siding. From a stormwater management standpoint, the stormwater management will again comply with requirements of NJAC 7:8, and both the Township of Sparta and NJDEP will be performing a stormwater review. The stormwater basically collected rather in stormwater conveyance system, starting up here in the end cap parking, and it's routed to these larger infiltration basins in the south. I'll just point out again that based on the reduction in motor vehicle surface, we are not required to do infiltration from a water quality standpoint, but we will be doing recharge via cisterns in the truck port areas, in these areas here, and overflow from those BMPs will be sent on downstream to the infiltration basins to the south. From a utility standpoint, gas service will be provided via an extension south in Demarest Road, and electric will be provided from the existing utility infrastructure along Demarest Road, and water services is from the main in Demarest Road from Sparta Water, and our office has been in contact with them on the water infrastructure design requirements. The project will be serviced via the on-lot wastewater treatment system, which we have an approval for. Lighting is primarily wall mounted, but the lighting will conform with all ordinance requirements. All fixtures will be LED, dark sky compliant, full cutoff fixtures. And the one thing I point out is that the boxcar loading canopy will have undermount lighting to light that area. Again, the lighting is compliant with the ordinance, including the light spill at the property lines, which is less than a half-foot candle. Landscape is in compliance with the design standards. We're working with the township engineer on one of the buffer requirements, and we'll work with him to comply with that. We have permitting with NJDEP, freshwater wetlands, the man-made features, the siding basins, and the ditches will require general permits to fill those, and the conservation easement area will remain untouched. We also are getting a flood hazard area individual permit, and at the bottom of the site here adjacent to the basins, there's a compensatory flood storage area. So all these areas which are presently used as part of the Sparta Ready Mix operation, these areas here will be turned back to grass and detention basins. And that's all I have for the proposed condition. Are any questions?
Yeah, Tom, I think that's probably all we have from Mr. Diggin in terms of the proposal, so we can open it up to the boards professionals, however you want to do this.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, would you like the applicant to present all of their witnesses and then open it up to questions, or what's your preference?
Let's take them one at a time, Tom. Let's address the civil engineering piece of this for now, and then we'll move on, I think, to the next.
Okay. So Diana, maybe call the roll. Well, let's see if Dave Simmons or Diana, I'm sorry, or Catherine have any comment that based on the testimony so far. That beyond, they already did they have their written reports, which are part of the record. They don't have to summarize that right now, but any sort of comments or questions that they have that they would like highlighted now.
This is Dave Simmons, again, referring to the February 9th, 2022 report. Probably one of the biggest areas of information that we've gone over with the applicant's engineer dealt with stormwater management. There is some additional work that I know they're doing in order to address some piping inverts and what have you that the township engineer's office identified. We had called out some piping that had to be checked because we found it couldn't handle the specific storm, so we didn't go any further and analyze any of the rest of the pipes. But having said that, I know based on our conversations with the applicant's engineer, they're going to provide some additional grading contours and some additional information that we've discussed to further clarify the stormwater management to show that they in fact comply. Again, they identified that they were going to eliminate that one monument sign, which eliminated a variance, and all the other details. My understanding is that they're willing and able to comply with. So we'll review it at a later time based on that.
Great, thank you, Dave. Catherine, anything from your side?
I just had one minor question or clarification from my February 24th memo. I'm not sure it was touched upon, but I just made a comment that the number of dock doors in total between the two buildings, I think was miscalculated on the plans, and what the site plan that was brought up as an exhibit or the colorized plan still showed the 124 dock doors, where I think I calculated 118, I believe. And the miscalculation came off the building A, I believe, the left building in the plan. So I don't know if that was caught or if I miscalculated it.
I'll let Tony answer that.
Yeah, we'll check into that and revise it and have it resubmitted.
Thank you. That's all I have.
And Mr. Chairman, I did want to just check with Mr. Diggin and Mr. DeGoen. There was a notation on, I believe, the architect's drawing or something that said manufacturing, which I don't believe you're proposing manufacturing, but if you could clarify that you're not, or confirm what you are. And the way you described it is warehouse. So yeah, just confirm that note will be corrected, I guess.
Sure, we can confirm that. Yeah, the proposal is for a warehouse use. I think the architectural plans that we submitted inadvertently had noted that it would be a manufacturing use, but that was just a typo. So it will be a warehouse use. And I believe our architectural plans have already been revised to fix that note. And we will provide Tom some operational testimony so everybody will get a clear picture of exactly how this is going to operate.
Thank you. Okay, so
all right. Thank you, Mr.
Chairman. Do you want to do board member questions of this witness now?
Yeah, I would like to do that. Before we move directly into that, just I'm kind of monitoring the Q&A, and I just wanted to alert the audience because I know we've got a large number of folks in attendance for this. So the process for this hearing, very similar to any other hearing that we would do, is we will go through all of the testimony from the witnesses. We will have an opportunity for each of our our town SMEs to respond. The board members will ask questions. The audience will have an opportunity to ask all questions, any and all questions that they've got. We're going to do that on the tail end once all of the testimony has been given. So I just wanted to share that because I see a couple of questions out there, and I know some of those sections do incorporate witness and testimony that will be coming up, like traffic studies and things like that. So with that, I guess, Diana, if we can do a quick roll call, let's just run down the list, maybe starting with Joe, with regards to any questions, and we'll get questions addressed from any of the board members directly.
Yes, Chairman Reyna. I'm sorry, did you say first Mr. Toscano?
Yeah, that's fine. Sorry, Joe, not to put you on the spot.
No, that's okay. Wouldn't be the first time. So good evening, guys. Couple of comments, and I'm sure as the evening progresses, based on the size and scope of this project, especially for this community, there's going to be quite a few questions, right? And I appreciate the fact that we can address these, one step at a time. Even though I'm a planning board member, I've had the opportunity to look at some of the documentation, but what's good about this evening is having some of the color based on the testimony being presented, right? It puts some things into perspective as to what's looking to be accomplished. And even though I know this is conforming and there's no variances being sought, and you're looking just for a preliminary site plan approval, it also will take some time, and I'll speak for myself here, to fully understand everything that's going to be presented tonight. A suggestion or a question I would have to the planning board and its attorney is, I don't know if it may be premature making a decision this evening on approving this without first being able to hear the information, digesting the information. The size and scope of this project is significant. And I'm sure based on the public interest this evening, there's going to be a lot of people too that are seeing it for the first time that are going to have some additional questions as well. So
it will be. Yeah, and Joe, let me address that for you head on. Yeah, I mean, the expectation is, in order for us to adequately get through all of the witnesses, ensure that, all of the public has an opportunity to ask questions and kind of address this again, given the scale and scope of the project, there's no way I personally anticipate we're going to complete this in one night. I suspect this will go on again, kind of based on how the evening goes. But yeah, I would fully expect for this to go into our next meeting.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. Again, just based on the size and scope of the project, I just want to make sure that it's fair to everyone that's involved in the process. And I very much appreciate those comments. One quick question I have before we move on to the next individual. I know that you guys were looking to come back for a third meeting in regards to possible tenants. Do you have any ideas who those individuals may be at this time? Or is that completely an unknown factor at this point?
Well, I can address that briefly. We do have Jim Ford coming up, who's going to talk a little bit about the type of tenant that we're going to be looking for with this project. So he'll provide that testimony basically directly, but realistically, that's a decision that more than likely would be made prior to or right around the time of final site plan approval, rather than at the time of preliminary. That's the time when you'd start to design a building and fit it out for a particular tenant use. But I'll let Mr. Ford get into that when he comes in. And actually, as a matter of fact, on that note, if somebody could promote Jim Ford, he's in the audience somewhere.
He's been promoted. It'll take a couple of seconds from the join.
Thanks a lot.
No, thank you. I appreciate that answer. And it sheds some light in regards to the process. So much appreciated. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have at the moment.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Diana, you want to move us to the next panelist on the list?
Yes, Councilwoman Quinn.
Hi, a couple of questions. So I want to just go back to the question with regard to tenants. So it's my understanding that even at the time, any tenants also would have to come back through this process to be approved. So the tenants that are coming in through in the future would also have to come back through the planning board, just like any other applicant, correct?
And Mr. Collins, I'll take that as well. So yeah, so when the township committee amended the ED zoning ordinance, part of that amended ED zoning ordinance is a requirement that even after we as the property owner, the developer, obtains preliminary and final site plan approval. Even after that process, once there is a identified tenant, the ED ordinance requires that prior to the issuance of a CO to that tenant has to come back to the planning board for a review. And essentially the planning board gets to confirm that that tenant will meet all of the requirements of the ED zoning ordinance and the rest of the township zoning ordinance. So it's essentially, you know, it's even an enhanced certificate of occupancy type review just to make sure that the tenant is actually going to comply with whatever zoning ordinance requirements there are.
Excellent. So I just wanted to make sure that we were clear on that. And also I want to make sure that I have a clear understanding of the footprint that we just went over. And I understand that we still need the piece of exactly how this operation runs, what this actually is. But in just looking at the footprint of the site right now, to make sure that I am clear, the footprint of this site based on the map that you shared with us tonight, this is an existing, you know, in an existing industrial zone. It is currently being mined and operated for two businesses, sand and gravel, and also for cement, for Sparta Ready Mix, rather, correct? So it currently has two things going on it right now. And in looking at the blueprints of what you showed us, these warehouses do not encroach or go outside of the existing blueprint of what's there right. I mean, as far as property lines of what is there right now, correct?
Yeah, that is correct. With just one clarification to what you said. So the property is not being mined. It's not like there's no resource extraction operation going on there, but there is a sand and gravel production facility, a concrete production facility. But the rest of what you said is correct. What we're proposing is not going essentially outside of the limits of disturbance of what's there currently.
Okay, so I just want to make sure for my own clarification. Okay, and just to clarify also what you had said, the design is not to keep those operations and add to it. It is to close those operations, seal that property, and then, so this is not in addition to what's there right now. This is not in addition to what's there, right? This is
correct.
Everything that's there now is going to be closed, and then this new stuff is the new addition and the new warehouses and whatnot that you're proposing would be on the same blueprint or the same footprint.
Correct.
Okay. And with regard to what's coming off the rail, you outlined that there's going to be a spur of roughly, I believe, 850 feet that brings product off the rail to the first building, and then it comes through a bridge into the second building. Did I understand that correctly?
I'm going to let Mr. Diggin take that one.
Yeah, so
I'm just trying to clarify that I
No
understand
problem.
it properly.
so there's going to be an 800-foot extension off of the existing rail siding. It'll extend north, that 800 feet I was talking about. And then there'll be approximately 850 foot of a boxcar loading dock on the backside of building A.
Mm-hmm.
The interconnectivity between building A and B is achieved via 4 loadout doors with ramps. And those ramps connect to an access way, an at-grade access way, basically a striped out section through the truck court that goes to the opposite loading ramp on building B. So they would take the rail car would pull up to the boxcar loading dock. They would unload via forklift, spin around on the dock, and then go directly out building A, down the dock, across the truck court into building B.
So Ms. Quinn, I think your question basically was, is the railway going to connect between the buildings? The railway is going to go behind one of the buildings, correct, Tony?
Correct.
And the buildings are going to be connected by another means.
Right, right. So I didn't think the rail connected through, but I just want to make sure I understand the process. And again, I think a lot of this will become more clear as we have a better understanding of what, how this is going to operate. So those are the questions that I have right now. And just to clarify again, that this is going to remain on the existing blueprint or footprint of the property. It does not encroach over into the neighboring property, which is the property across the street right now from North Village. So this is clearly going to stay in the confines, what you're proposing, of where it is right now.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Dr. Parker? Dr. Parker? Councilman Herzberg?
Yes, I think the blueprints speak for themselves, and I know they clarified some of the procedural stuff. So I'm good right now. I'll have some more questions when we get into some of the other stuff later.
Thank you. Mr. Sylvester?
Yes, I have a few questions. I'll try to be brief. Will there be environmental testimony tonight from any of the professionals?
Yeah, we do have an environmental consultant here. He's going to testify last after we go through architecture, operations, traffic.
Okay, so I'll hold off on that one. And just a few quick questions. When transferring ownership, did any of the uses, current uses or prior uses, trigger the Industrial Site Recovery Act or go through any DEP clearance in regards to that?
Yeah, the answer is yes to that. So we're gonna have, that's something where we're gonna have to address when we redevelop the site.
Okay. And as of now, I think you touched upon it. There is the current ownership or has not accepted any letters of intent from any current tenants. Just to get that on the record or clarified, I wasn't clear on the timing of that. So was just wanting to know if you actually have letters of intent from future tenant uses.
Not at this time, no.
All right. All right, no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ski?
He had gotten kicked out. He sent me a message asking to be let back in. He got back in, but he needed to get unmuted.
He's been promoted to panelist, so he should be able to respond.
Yeah, I got it. I'm sorry, I got disconnected there. No, between Joe and Christine, I most of my questions were pretty much answered. So I'm okay as of now. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Parker?
Yes, I have a question. I'm not sure if it's for the engineer or the environmental people, but does anybody know how high or where the depth is to the aquifer? How much soil do you have between this project and the aquifer in depth? And if you don't know the answer, you can do what you have to do and come back on the next visit with the answer.
Yeah, I think Mr. Parker or Dr. Parker, sorry, not for this witness, but we'll get you that answer and we'll provide it. If we, by the end of the night tonight, or we may have to provide it when we come back.
All right, thank you. I will continue with the other people then. Thank you.
Sure.
No further questions at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Mr. Kohler?
Hello. Just one thing for the public that's online. You can download all the documents on the traffic studies. I saw at least 6 requests for the traffic study. Go to the town website. It's there under a calendar. That being said, I just want to make sure I understand the testimony we've heard so far is the civil engineer, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. The crossing from building 1 to building 2, is that going to be used for mostly forklifts moving stuff between the buildings, or?
I'd say primarily forklifts, yeah.
Okay, and that they're going to have a ramp down and a ramp up, so it's not going to be a raised section?
No, you'll come down likely a 5 to 8% ramp down to the truck court grade, about 4 feet down. Proceed across the truck court in that striped out area, then go back up the other ramp in the building.
Okay. No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gold?
Yeah, I don't have drawings available, but one of the things I was looking at was towards the southwest corner of the property is a large rock outcropping. How are you going to prepare the property with that large rock outcropping?
Along the Demarest Road and the railway, or
This, I drove through the property, and when I appeared to see a very large rock outcropping that will probably be in the way and will have to be removed before you can.
it could very well be an inventory pile.
So Tony, indicating, I guess there's no rock formation back there or anything that impedes on the property that would cause, I think what Mr. Gall may be getting at is there any material rock that required dynamite explosions, anything else like that as it relates to removal or things of that nature?
No, so we're not aware of any rock outcropping like that. I mean, the site was mined in the past. There is an ongoing sand washing operation. But suffice it to say, any sort of material that's encountered will be likely reused in the construction of the site. But as of now, I'm not aware of any rock outcropping.
Okay, to me, it looked like there was one, though, in the near the southwest corner of the property. And also the west entrance to the property, I would like to see the building shortened by about the width of the office space to accommodate snow removal in the west area. I'd like to see the entrance road come straight in rather than bearing to the left, to give you more space up there, because I believe it's quite steep.
So we'll take that under advisement. Thank you for that. I believe that roadway in there is about 5%. That's something. Welcome. Thank you.
That's all I have at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Murphy?
No questions at this time.
Thank you. And Chairman Rayner?
Thanks, Diana. Just a couple of clarifying points. So in terms of the height of the building that you're proposing, I know the ordinance calls for, I think you said 56 feet, correct?
Correct.
So it's roughly 2.5 stories. I just want to confirm that, you're looking at roughly 2.5 stories.
Yeah, it's 2.5 stories or 56 feet.
Okay, great. And can you describe a little bit further for me? When you were sort of presenting, you talked about the outside component that would go around the far side of the building, connect to the other parking lot. I think when we were talking about the impervious coverage and everything, you'd shared that would be more of a, it sounded like gravel or anything, or is that going to be a paved component when you come to the, I guess be the right side of the facility, past the, the rail and the canopy and everything, in order to access that back parking lot?
Yeah, can we let Tony share his screen again?
Yeah.
He has the ability to share now.
Great.
Okay, so yeah, right about where you are now, Tony, that spur that runs along the backside past the canopy, the 850 feet, is that concrete, and what's the width of that again, just thinking from an emergency perspective?
So the width of that's, it's intended to be emergency access, low volume. The width is 20 feet. The only real use would be emergency access vehicles, if that were necessary. It would likely be either an interlocking plastic paver that they fill with gravel, or we could go the grass route. Just in my experience, the interlocking grass pavers, the grass usually dies anyway. So it'll likely be gravel. So it would be pervious, like, like an NDS manufacturer type thing.
Okay. And you're estimating, I mean, just based on the size and scope of the parking lot. I know you're doing the big, you're effectively using the calculations that are recommended. What is the anticipated number of employees for an operation like this? Again, understanding it's going to vary depending on the tenants that you have there and what the actual products are.
So with modern warehousing, it's highly specific on what the what's being stored, what the operation's like. That could vary from 100 employees all the way up to, say, 450 employees. I know that doesn't answer the question specifically. It's highly tenant driven, even to the number of spaces they require then for trailers as well. So that may be something that Mr. Ford can answer later on in his direct.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we'll ask Mr. Ford to elaborate on that a little bit for you.
Okay, thank you. I think the only other question I had, I think most of them have been addressed on the civil engineering component. Can you just describe for us in the audience a little bit this spur down here on the bottom right-hand corner? Obviously, that's crossing over. Did you indicate that there would be a signal where the rail crossing comes in?
Yeah, so given the low volume nature of the emergency access, it likely would not be signalized. There could be stop bars for the emergency access vehicle. The rail itself, basically the boxcar loading dock could hold approximately 16 cars. So you're talking very low volume, very slow moving. So it's not like you're on the main rail at 35, 40, 45 mile an hour operating speed. This would be anticipated to operate, 15, 20 mile an hour would probably be higher than what's actually going to occur out there.
Okay. All right.
And it's also at grade. You all have decent sight lines along there. So you don't anticipate stopping sight distance is going to be an issue.
Perfect. That was going to be one of my other questions. All right. I think from a civil engineering perspective, anyway, no more questions from my end. So, Tom, do we want to move to the next witness?
If you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, before we do, I just wanted to ask if Mr. Parker could just clarify his comment so we make sure we get the right answer to his question. He was talking about the depth of the aquifer. Mr. Parker, can you just clarify, or maybe I'll ask Tony to ask you to clarify so he knows what you're talking about.
Sure. Are you talking about the aquifer, for example, like a well water aquifer? What you're not referring to the groundwater. You're talking about the deep aquifer that's used for drinking supply.
Yeah, if I may, I think I could jump in. I think the board would like to know the depth of groundwater and the depth to drinking water supply, deep aquifer, and the interconnection to surface and shallow groundwater to deep. If you guys did a hydrogeologic study, and that's why I was waiting to hold off on the environmental.
Roger that. Right. We'll get the answer there.
Okay. Yeah. So we're gonna have that answer for you. Not at this moment, but we'll get that answer for you.
Mr. Chairman, before we move on to the next witness, I have a few questions for Mr. Diggin.
And by the way, I also have questions. I presume you're opening it up to the public for questions at this point. I'm just asking the chairman if that's going to be the procedure at this point for this witness.
So, Drew, what would you prefer? Do you want to get through the direct and the board questions of these witnesses and then open to the questions from the attorneys and public and testimony from the public? Or do you want to do one witness at a time?
I am happy to open it up to, well, I guess, given the volume of folks that we have online here, I guess my concern, I would like to keep the questions directed to the applicable witness and the testimony that we've got here. So my concern would be is if we open it up broadly, we're going to have 190 questions that may not be directly applicable to the individual witness and testimony. So my preference would be to actually go through the testimony, make sure if there are any questions that have not been addressed, then we open it up to the public for any additional questions or anything that they would need clarification on.
So do you want the attorneys to ask questions now of this witness, or do you want?
I would say if you'd like to have the attorneys ask questions, I'm fine to do that. I would ask that, we hold the remaining questions till the end of the testimonies.
Okay, so Mr. Cohen and Mr. Dash, if you want to do your attorney questions for this witness only, and then we'll do the next witness, same type of procedure, then try to do the next witness. We'll get as far as we can, but we'll not end, as for everybody's understanding, until all witnesses, including witnesses of the objectors' attorneys and witnesses of the public, have testified. So that may take more than tonight. So Larry and Mr. Dash, please go ahead.
I don't know who you want first, but
either one.
Okay. Mr. Diggins, well, first, I have actually a overall question, Mr. Gowen. Are we going to hear any testimony concerning, I know an environmental impact statement was filed. Are we going to hear any testimony concerning the environmental impact statement? And if so, from what witness?
We will, yeah. We have Mike Green here from EnviroTactics who prepared the environmental impact statement. So he's going to testify to that.
And he will testify as to issues concerning air pollution, noise, as well as the other normal environmental issues?
I don't, he's not really going to touch on noise or air pollution. He's going to touch on the issues that were covered by the environmental impact statement. So, I mean, if you have questions relative to noise, for example, perhaps Tony would be the right witness.
Okay. Well, before we get into that, Mr. Diggins, I just want to review with you some statistics that you testified to. The overall size of this property in acreage, please, again.
Approximately 68.04 acres.
And the proposed square footage was 800 and some thousand with reference to the two buildings?
880,480 square feet.
And the amount of pervious surface, I think you said, was 27%. Am I correct?
No, sir. I don't think I described the amount of pervious surface.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you describe how much impervious surface will be your site plan is showing?
Yes, sir. The impervious surface was, whereas 65% was permitted, we are at 54%.
Which 54% of 68 acres, you could do that quicker than I can, is roughly 40 acres approximately?
I'm sorry, the 54% of the 68?
Yes.
Approximately 37 acres.
37 acres, okay. So you're having 37 acres of impervious surface, and you submitted the stormwater management plan or plans to treat that runoff from that acreage. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, I have not had an opportunity to review everything that was on file with the township. I presume that there is a landscaping plan.
Correct.
We heard no testimony about generally just landscape. We heard no testimony, as I recall, about landscaping. Is that correct?
I basically discussed that we're in full compliance with landscape requirements.
Well, whether you think you're in full compliance or not, I think it's incumbent upon you to present what you're proposing to landscaping. So certainly the board and its professionals can determine that, and the members of the public can question the landscaping plan. And whether or not you're in compliance, the question is, what is the proposed landscaping? There's been no testimony with reference to that. And also, Mr. Diggins, you had indicated that you're supplying lights that are in conformance with the ordinance. I presume that there is a lighting plan showing the location of all exterior lighting and also the light flow from those fixtures as to foot candles, as to coverage area and et cetera. We've had no testimony other than a conclusion from you that the lighting meets all the ordinance requirements. We don't know if that's true or not without looking at it. Is that correct?
I didn't present in-depth testimony on the lighting plan, no. I'm happy to.
I didn't hear, I'm not saying in-depth testimony. I heard no testimony at all except that our lighting meets all the ordinance requirements. Is that correct? Is that what you said?
Mr. Cole, is the question whether we present a testimony on that point, or are you asking us to present testimony on that point?
Well, I'm not asking you to do anything. Mr. Goen, it's your case. I know you're experienced and you're going to present what testimony you deem necessary. All I want to find out is that other than the statement of Mr. Diggins, that the lighting meets all the ordinance requirements, I've heard no testimony concerning the lighting plan, where the lights proposed. This is a 68-acre site, which is going to have significant lighting on it, I presume, because there's a warehouse. And we haven't seen there's no testimony as to lighting plan.
The colorized rendered site plan does have the lighting on it, and I did refer to the fact that they're primarily going to be wall packs, and we had the ordinance requirement is less than a half foot of spill at the property line, and we're sitting around 0.1. As part of the preliminary site plan that was submitted, there is a photometric plan in there, along with lighting fixtures and standard details for lighting.
You
I'm happy to share.
Again, I know that you're a very experienced engineer and have presented these applications before, and there's a reason for a public hearing. We just don't present documents and ask the board for approval. There has to be testimony and a right to be heard on all of those. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. So we've had no testimony concerning the lighting, no testimony concerning the landscaping, and so far, no testimony concerning issues which are covered in the EIS or something like air pollution or noise so far. Would you cover the two access ways that you talked about before, Mr. Diggins, specifically location and how the traffic would flow?
Could you please be more specific? You're talking about the access ways between the buildings or the points of access?
No, I'm talking about to ingress and egress from the site.
Yeah.
And can we have Tony be able to share his screen?
He can share his screen.
So there's a point of access directly across from there's the driveway across the street. This point of access has moved slightly northward on Demarest Avenue.
So let me just stick with that. There are two main access points, as I recall. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. One is onto Demarest Road. Is that correct?
They are both on Demarest Road, sir.
Okay, they're both on Demarest Road. Demarest Road, as I understand it, is a two-lane road. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the width of Demarest Road? Do you know the actual pavement and the right-of-way?
I do know that it's a variable width and variable width both in cartway and in right-of-way.
What are the variable widths, if you know?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, is it shown on your plan?
It's shown as a variable width in my plan, sir. The cartway is shown.
And even if you can scale it, can you tell us approximately how wide the cartway is on Demarest?
Sure, it's approximately 22 to 24 foot wide.
24 foot wide. Is the applicant, to your knowledge, proposing any improvements to Demarest?
No.
Now, your testimony is that there, as I recall it, and correct me if I'm wrong, there are not basically 190 loading docks for trucks. Is that correct, between the two buildings?
Approximately, yes.
So that's possible 190 trucks plus, I believe, 50 or 51 spots for trailers that are not loading or unloading. Is that correct?
I didn't understand the last part of your phrase. There's 50 trailer parks on the west side of Building B.
Okay, so there's 190 loading docks and 50 trailer spots for where the trailers aren't being used to unload or unload. Am I correct?
Correct.
And then you testified that we have employees. When you said employees that would range between 100 to 400 employees, are we talking about assuming a 24-hour operation of these warehouses, 8-hour operation or anything? And my question is, the estimate of employees, is that over all shifts or is that per shift?
No, sir. The estimate of employees I provided was based upon standard number of employees on a square footage basis for warehouses of this size. It wasn't based on shifts.
So when you said between 100 and 400, let's presume this is a 24-hour warehouse, okay? And there are 3 shifts normally in 24 hours. Would that be per shift, or would that be 400 employees divided over 3 shifts?
That depends on the tenant.
Okay.
Yeah, again, I think we had talked about when we answered the question about employees, that's not really Tony's area of expertise, and that we would have Mr. Ford to answer those questions. So I think, Mr. Cohen, maybe Mr. Ford would be more appropriate to answer these, sort of employees and operational type questions.
Understood. Well, let me ask you this, Mr. Diggins. When you designed this site, you designed it for operation of approximately 240 vehicle trucks, trailers, is that correct?
I don't believe I understand the question.
Well,
are you talking?
You have the possibility at any one time of, as I understand it, 190 plus 50, 240 trucks, trailers being present on the site at any one time. Is that correct?
They could physically be parked in those spaces, yes, sir. I don't, if you're looking at them circulating the site all at once, I don't think that'd be feasible now. But there are 240 spaces, as you had described earlier.
Okay. And between 100 and 400 employees, and we don't know if that's all shifts or per shift, but that's a fair amount of traffic. Would you agree?
We'll have the traffic engineer coming on afterwards. You can ask him that question.
We understand that. You designed this site, am I right?
Yes.
And you designed it based upon certain criteria. Am I correct?
You're correct. I guess the ambiguity lies in what is a fair amount of traffic. That's the part I guess I don't understand.
Okay, fair enough comment. Let me withdraw that question. You designed this on the basis that you're going to have almost 900,000 square feet of warehouse, correct?
About 880, yes, sir.
Okay. Possibly 240 vehicles on the site at any one time, correct?
Potentially.
And I presume in designing, you designed the traffic flow on the site, did you not?
I designed the site circulation.
Yes, that's what I meant.
Yes, sir.
The circulation for traffic on the site, you would have to know how many trucks and cars that would be using it in order for you to properly design a circulation plan. Is that a fair comment?
Yes, sir. Although I would point out that, again, as I said previously, it's not feasible to think that 240 of these vehicles will be circulating the site at the same time.
I never said that, but well, let me ask you this. Based upon the maximum of vehicles of 240, when you design the circulation, how many vehicles did you think would be circulating or operating on the site at any one time, including passenger vehicles and truck vehicles?
typically, if the trucks are operating, your employee cars are parked. There are arrival rates. I think you can see that in the traffic report. Again, the traffic engineer can speak to that as well. But there are ingress and egress peak hour traffic counts that basically speak to that. And you may find more helpful asking the traffic engineer.
All right. When you design a circulation plan on a site such you did as this, you design it for peak hour operation. Is that a fair statement?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. So obviously you'd have to know the amount of vehicles. How many vehicles did you calculate would be circulating on the site during the peak hour?
In actuality, it's not designed that way. Your truck courts, your parking areas all have very basic industry standard circulation widths. For example, your parking areas, the 24-foot wide drive aisles. Your circulation drives are 30-foot wide. Your truck courts have a 70-foot wide drive aisle with a 60-foot dock area. Your trailer parks are 55-foot deep. Again, the arrival rates, the ingress, egress are in the traffic report.
Okay. Now, there are a number of parking spaces along the side which fronts on Demarest, and frankly, I forgot our direction. Is that the west side or what?
That is, yeah, it's western. Demarest is to the west of Building B.
Are those the trailer parking lots or those for employees?
So this area here?
Yes.
Those are trailer parks, 50 trailer parks.
Okay. And they would have the ability to park there with a cab or just the trailers without cabs?
They would be trailers without cabs.
Okay, but obviously cabs have to move them in and out, right?
Yes.
And was any consideration given to any conflict there, since that is a major portion of the circulation plan that you developed, as to those trailers moving in and out and those potential 240 vehicles trying to, and by the way, the circulation, this would be the egress circulation coming out of that area, am I right? In other words, the traffic, the circulation, they would come in and go around the two buildings and come out in that area. Did I recall that correctly?
So the trucks can circulate along the southern drive aisle and the northern drive aisle in between the buildings. I'm not sure I understand the last question, but there are stop bars or MUTCD striping throughout the site for safe traffic operation. I don't understand the last question.
All right, well, let me ask you this. That access way that's in front of those parking spaces for the trailers, is that to be used by the trucks exiting the site?
Sorry, is this driveway to be used for trucks exiting the site?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And the question is, have you considered the 50 trailers moving in and out with reference to the truck traffic using that driveway?
I'm not sure I follow the question, sir. The 50 trailers.
If a trailer comes in or out, it's got to pull out into this driveway. Am I right?
You're talking about one of the park, are you talking about one of the park trailers, sir?
Yes.
They would have a yard truck come grab that trailer, or another rig take it off site. Yeah. So when it comes down to this bottom stop bar, are you asking if there's going to be an adequate gap for it to pull into the drive aisle and exit the site?
No. What I'm saying is over here, further up. In other words, go up, keep going, go up, right there. As those trailers come out of there and trucks are going down that driveway, did you consider the interplay of those trailers coming in front of those trucks as they're exiting the site?
Yes, sir.
And how does that work?
Those are standard industry size drive aisles. So basically, if the yard truck's picking up the trailer slip over there, and there's a car pulling out, or rather a truck pulling out of the dock area, they can't necessarily both go at the same time if they're opposing. In general, your low operating yard speeds 5 miles per hour. So it's not really an issue. I don't know if I'm answering your question though.
All right, well, let me ask you this. Are there speed limits posted there? Do you show any speed limit postings on your site plan that trucks are not to exceed 5 miles per hour in that area?
Typically not. It depends on the tenant.
Depends on the tenant. All right. Now, that brings me to another issue. As has been indicated and as asked by a number of the members, we have no idea what tenant or tenants are going to occupy the building at this time. And you don't have to answer that. That's already been admitted to. The way these buildings are designed, this may be a more proper question for the architect than I understand is going to testify. I'm going to ask you at this moment, to the extent you may know this. I presume that this can be used, either one of these buildings could be used for multiple tenants. Do you know that?
Correct. You could have a tenant in each building.
Well, you could have a tenant in each building. You could have 10 tenants in each building, right?
I suppose that's possible.
Okay.
I don't know. The 10's practical given where the office blocks are though.
Well, let me say this. Let me ask you this. And you're not the architect. You just indicated you didn't design the interior of the buildings, obviously, the buildings themselves.
Right.
But those office blocks are put in there for potential uses, and I presume that at some point office blocks may be added or changed in location depending upon the tenants, which would be done at the site plan application of particular tenants. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about, are there any things shown in the plan? I presume there are the site distances on Demarest exiting this site. Is that correct?
Yes.
What are the traffic control signals? Just stop signs and stop bars, or are there lights or what?
No, there'd be stop bars and stop signs, non-signalized intersections.
Okay. No other traffic controls other than the stop sign or stop bar, right?
Correct.
And what are the site distances at each one of those access points on Demarest?
They're in excess of the ordinance. I think the ordinance requires 100. On this site plan, we have the ASHTO site distance shown for the operating speed of actually design speed of 40. Sorry.
The ASHTO, the determination speed is 40 miles per hour. Is that correct?
I believe that is design speed. Yes.
Design speed. Yes. And what are the site distances shown for design speed of 40 miles an hour on Demarest?
You can answer. 445 feet.
At which direction? Looking left or looking right, or both?
They're shown looking for both. 445 feet for both.
145 feet. Do you believe that 100 consider?
400.
Hold on, just to clarify, 445 feet.
Oh, I'm sorry. 445 feet in both directions. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you're showing a site triangle to be dedicated to the township or what?
It's our belief that the site triangles exist within the right of way.
Okay.
So therefore, no site triangles will be dedicated. That being said, if there's a landscape, one of the site triangles were to be in an area of landscape, the landscape would be set back.
Now, I know there was one mention of a monument sign. There was mentioned that there was two proposed, now one is proposed. I don't recall you indicating the location of that sign. Can you show us the location of that sign?
I think I'm sharing. So the sign is,
Hold on one second. We need, I think
the sign is 10 feet north of that.
we need Tony to be able to, can you share your screen?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
The sign is located in that area right there, just north of the driveway.
I'm sorry, what drive are we talking about on Demarest? Is it the one on
It's a
the
southern drive, sir.
the southern drive? Okay. And that's the only proposed signage on the building, is that correct?
Correct.
For the building, I should say. And I presume there are traffic direction signs throughout the site. Is that also true?
You have METCD site traffic controls, stop signs, directional arrows on the pavement.
No, the drainage plan that you had indicated, I presume there's a separate plan showing the drainage system that you're proposing with the infiltration basins?
Correct.
And do you meet the DEP? Obviously, this is a major development for stormwater. Did you meet all of the DEP requirements for the stormwater requirements and regulations for the discharge of stormwater on the site and the retention of stormwater?
Yeah, the stormwater designs in full compliance with New Jersey Administrative Code 7:8. And it will be reviewed by Sparta Township and NJ DEP.
You had indicated that the wastewater is going to be treated by an on-site system?
Correct.
And you already have approval for that?
Correct.
And by the way, I didn't see it, and it may have been. Has that approval been posted with the town?
The town approved it.
I mean, is it part of the application so that the public can see the approval that was granted by the DEP?
It was public notice.
Yeah, I don't know that it was part of the application, Mr. Cohen. So in any event, we can submit a copy of it.
Yeah, would you submit a copy on the township and they can post it on the website? I didn't see it, and that doesn't mean it wasn't.
No, I think what happened was that approval for the on-site wastewater treatment was obtained post application being submitted. But we can certainly provide a copy. It was before? That was before, but in any event, it wasn't part of the application, so we'll provide a copy to the town.
Mr. Diggins, did your office design the wastewater treatment system?
No, sir.
And who designed that, if you know?
Owen Dykstra.
All right.
Actually,
And can you
Dykstra
show us on
Associates.
the site plan where that on-site treatment system is located?
Again, this is a colorized rendered site plan, so it's not necessarily a utility plan, but this area up here is the area set aside for the on-site wastewater treatment recharge area.
Okay. And how many gallons per day is that designed to treat?
That approval is for 2,000 gallons per day.
And that's based on the 880,000 square foot and the proposed use as to what, if you know?
I'm sorry. Are you asking if it's, can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah. The amount of gallons is determined by the DEP is based upon the amount of the type of use, the square footage, et cetera. Am I right on commercial designed sewer on-site treatment facilities?
It's actually, this 7:9 approval is based on employees.
Okay, and do you know how many employees this system was designed for at 2,000 gallons per day?
Yeah, it was designed for 100 employees.
100 employees.
Correct.
What happens if we meet your maximum? I think you said that this could accommodate up to 450 employees, and presume that the employee count goes up to 400 or 450 instead of the 100 that this system was designed for.
Sure. That would have a higher demand rate. And we are in the process of getting a WQMP amendment for that higher gallonage.
So will the ultimate system be designed for a maximum of 450 employees?
The ultimate system would be designed for 10,000 gallons. In that gallonage, we have 300 warehouse employees, and then there's 20,000 square foot of office. So potentially, yes.
Okay, so let me understand this. Right now, you have an approval for a 2,000 gallon per day system, but you are going to need a 10,000 gallon per day system in order to meet all the needs of this proposed development. Is that a fair statement?
No, sir. Right now, we have a 2,000 gallon approval that will allow a tenant with up to 100 employees and 80 delivery drivers to occupy and use the site.
Okay. And what happens when that increases?
When what increases?
The number of employees? Or
when the number of employees increases, again, they would have to come in initially to get tenancy before the planning board. And so the number of employees, that was presumably one of the things that they discussed.
The idea is that they would need additional approval, Mr. Cohen. There would be additional approvals required if they wanted to increase beyond the 100 employees that we're maxed out at currently.
So right now, just the way I understand it, Mr. Diggins, if the planning board approved this plan as presented, all right, that there could never be, unless you got an amendment to the on-site treatment facility, there can never be a use of this building that would exceed 100 employees. Am I correct?
The use would be initially capped at 100 employees.
And would that only deals with the employees working in the facility and not the truck drivers that come and go? Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, there's a separate gallonage for the delivery drivers.
Okay.
So basically, this gallonage considers 80 delivery drivers.
Okay, so right now, the way the on-site treatment facility is scheduled, the limitations on this site right now are no more than 100 on-site employees and no more than 80 trucks at one time. Is that correct?
That's correct, but you could move that around. It could be more delivery drivers or less delivery drivers, as long as it fell under that 2,000 gallon per day gallonage. And I guess one thing I should make clear, though, that this is no different than any other sewer permit, in that you need the sewer permit in order to get your resolution compliance. So in this case, we're kind of in a unique situation where we do have a 2,000 gallon per day. So there is the opportunity to put a unique tenant in there that only needs 100 employees or 80 delivery drivers. The WQMP amendment is ongoing, and that is likely going to be done not too long after this is going to be looking for a CO, at least, and Mr. Ford can talk to that. That's the idea.
And when you say that, what I understand is that you're going to proceed for a larger treatment facility. Is that what I understand you're saying?
Yeah, the WQMP amendment is being done such that we can exceed the 2,000 gallons per day exposure demand.
Now, from this wastewater treatment facility, where is the water discharged to? Is that infiltrated into the ground?
Yeah, it'd be basically pre-treated and pumped to the area up here.
Where would that be?
It'd be west of Building B.
Uh-huh. Right
Again,
in the area where the treatment facility is going to be constructed, right?
Could you repeat that last part?
Yeah, it's right in the area where the treatment facility is going to be constructed, correct?
No, the treatment facility would be not likely. The treatment facility would be down on this southeastern corner of Building A.
Oh, I'm
Click-
sorry. I thought you told us the treatment facility was going to be up in that area.
No, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. So it is.
Yeah,
what
so this
corner-
area,
Directional wise, what corner is that of building B?
Building A
Building A, I'm sorry.
is be the southeast corner. This area here,
Yeah.
adjacent to Demarest, would be the area where the wastewater, treated wastewater is pumped to recharge.
Okay. And
Again,
will that
one thing
be-
I'd just like to point out, I didn't design this system, and I'm not, my firm is not designing or seeking the WQMP amendment. So if we need additional testimony on that, we'll have to get an issue.
is that system where that water is pumped to? Is that a detention basin with infiltration into the groundwater, or does it run off any place?
That is basically it's pumped into the. It's basically a drip dispersion field. Again, I didn't design it, but it's a drip dispersion field, and it percolates back into the ground.
Mr. Cohen, are we going to have are you presenting any witnesses with reference to design and the operation of that treatment facility? Are we going to hear any witnesses to that effect?
We weren't intending to do that tonight, Mr. Cohen, but I think.
I didn't say tonight, but whenever.
At some point, we can bring a witness to testify to that, sure.
Well, again, that's up to the board and up to you. You're the applicant, obviously. I'm just asking whether or not one is going to be presented. Mr. Diggins, and I don't want to take up any more time. I think I'm pretty much at the moment right now. But again, the potable water system, how is the property going to be provided with potable water?
There's a Sparta water main in Demarest.
Okay. And have you received authorization for the number of gallons that's going to be needed from the Sparta water system?
So that'd be done as part of the site plan approval process. We're in contact with Sparta, Sparta Water. And so we'll be coordinating with them, making water application with Sparta Water.
Do you know if there's capacity in the Sparta water system to supply this facility based upon number of employees we discussed?
Yeah, I believe there's capacity for both scenarios. And they indicated that they'll need to amend their New Jersey American Master Water Permit. So there does appear to be capacity, yes.
All right. I think that's all the questions I have at the moment. Just a brief comment. Having done this for a number of years, I'm quite surprised by the testimony of, and I don't mean the quality of the testimony as far as the engineer is concerned. I'm sure he's very competent, but I'm quite surprised at the paucity of testimony concerning the size of this application. I got to believe in square footage that this may be the biggest application ever filed in Sparta. I don't know that for a fact, but if it isn't, it's certainly way up there, I'm sure. And I'm amazed that, we had maybe a half hour or whatever it was of a presentation of a site plan of this complexity and considering this impact upon the community. I have nothing further at this point. Thank you.
Mr. Goen, I have a few questions for you, please. The square footage of building A, can you just please recap that quickly for me, please?
Sure, it's 337,600 square feet.
In building B?
That is 508,000. Sorry?
And so the total square footage, you would agree, is 880,000 square feet, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
So because I too have not had a full opportunity to try to digest all the numbers, you would agree that there's a lot of numbers in the plans. And Mr. Goen, maybe this is a question for you, just doing some research prior to this. Is there a reason, Mr. Goen, that you have represented on your firm's website that this is an application that includes 1 million square foot warehouse facility?
I'm not sure what you're referring to, but I think, I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Let me clarify. On your website, sir, your firm's website, it indicates that you are representing a developer presenting an application for a warehouse of 1 million square feet. My question to Mr. Goyne is, at any point in time,
I think, Mr.
let me
Nash,
finish. Let me finish the question. At any point in time, was this application, including the two warehouses, 1 million square feet?
I think that update from our website might be a couple of years old, and maybe initially it was discussed that it would be approximately 1 million square feet, but again.
The question is actually for Mr. Goyne, so I just looking for an answer. Was this application ever proposed to be 1 million square feet?
No, this application was not.
So you would agree that it's an inaccurate representation on your website?
Sure, and I'll be happy to correct it.
Are there any other numbers that you wanted to correct at this point in time with respect to the application that would enhance the credibility of this application?
Is that for me, the engineer, or Mr. Goins?
Yes. Well, you, sir.
No, not at this time. I think that if there were a parking stall off here or there, we've been talking very closely with the township engineer. And as Mr. Goins pointed out, there will be numerous resubmissions as we move forward towards final site plan. So I'm confident with where this stands now.
I appreciate if you would please look and double check your numbers, because instilling the confidence in the members of the public, especially when the board are the gatekeepers to that information, is very important. Okay, and I think you would recognize that.
I understand.
Sir, would you agree with me that there are tractor trailers being parked on these premises?
Yes.
And those are considered freight vehicles?
Yes.
And you would agree, sir, that these tractor trailers are taking trips between your proposed facility and some other proposed destination?
Yes.
And you would also agree, sir, that these trips are include, as part of their destination or journey, the rail facility that this project is adjacent to, sir?
I didn't follow that question. I'm sorry.
Okay, let me repeat it then. Would you agree that the trips that are being made by these freight vehicles are include a stop with the rail facility, or that they interact with the rail facility?
There's freight coming in to the facility that then would be parceled out to other facilities. Is that?
Yeah. Is there an interaction with the railway system, the trains?
Yes.
There is, right?
Correct.
And you would also agree, sir, that the storage of freight or cargo is being temporary on this site?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to direct you, sir, to the definition of a trucking terminal as it's set forth in the ordinance. It states that a trucking terminal is a premises which is used for the temporary parking of motor freight vehicles between trips and for the transfer of freight between trucks or between trucks and rail facilities for shipment elsewhere, and where the storage of freight or cargo is only temporary. You, sir, have testified to that definition, and you have characterized this application as a warehouse, where in accordance with the ordinance definition of a trucking terminal, your testimony corroborates that this is an application for a trucking terminal. And I would ask you, sir, why you believe this is a warehouse, where you have also testified that you do not know what wares are being stored, nor do we know what tenants are being inhabited at these premises. So although the application comes in as a warehouse, sir, reasonable minds could conceive this application as a trucking terminal especially because it meets the prima facie definition of a trucking terminal as set forth in the ordinance. And you would agree with me, sir, that the ordinance, the ED development, section 18-4.29, does not permit trucking terminals. Instead, it provides them as a conditional use, correct?
Mr. Collins, can we short circuit this line of questioning? I mean,
Well, I'm not.
no, Mr. Dash, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Do you have the definition of warehouse in front of you? Because I could read it. And a warehouse is a permitted use in the ED zone. So can we stop this?
Actually, we can't, because this is a very important consideration that goes to the heart.
Mr.
Okay.
Dash, he's not your witness, so if you want to give speeches, that's for later, and for presentation of your own witness. If you want to ask another question, let's try to focus on questions, okay, not speeches.
Well, the question was asked to the witness. Sir, do you have any reason to divert your testimony from what you just indicated in terms of the definition of a trucking terminal?
So you asked me questions, you felt compelled you to state that the use is a trucking terminal. In fact, there's common elements between warehousing, storage, and distribution. So if you're making those associations, I'm not affirming those for you. In my view, it's a permitted use in economic development zone, whereas warehousing, storage, and distribution is permitted.
Okay, understood. I think the record has been made clear that there has been raised a doubt that this application is not considered a warehouse. I have the definition of a warehouse, but I would ask that this application, prior to proceeding, because there's been no testimony that this is actually a warehouse. In fact, there's been testimony that we don't know what's being stored here. And this is suitable, and I'm making this point for the record, that an interpretation, a zoning interpretation be made whether this application is a trucking terminal or a warehouse, because that will in turn determine whether variances are required, which they will be in connection with the trucking terminal. I think it's a critical point in this application. It is not a warehouse according to the definition of the ordinance.
Can I make a point? Can I make a point?
Let me finish. I know we have a lot of members of the public here, looking eager to ask questions. So have you had a chance to review the goals of the ordinance, sir?
If I may address your last statement, the operation and storage of the goods in the warehouse buildings, as we stated earlier, was going to be performed by Mr. Ford. So the assertions you made were done prior to that witness being on. So I just wanted to point that out. Okay. What was your next question?
Have you had a chance to review the purposes of the zone ordinance?
Yes.
Okay. So can you state in your under oath as you are that this application substantially meets the goals of the township ordinance?
The Diamond Chip Industrial Park, as proposed, is proposing 2 rail-dependent warehouse buildings. And that was, in fact, the reason for amending the ordinance for properties located in the ED zone along the railway.
So let me just ask you a few pointed questions then. Would you agree one of the ordinances, would you agree in your opinion that this application promotes the conservation of open space?
Yes.
And does it promote the conservation of energy? Was that a yes? I'm sorry.
Chairman Reyna, given the time, can we move on to the other testimony for the experts? We have a traffic plan and an environmental plan we need to go through.
There should be no haste in this application. We have a very important application.
Mr. Dash, I'm not saying haste, but we have stuff we need to hear so we can continue to ask more questions. And the board is allowing you to question at the moment, but we have other experts to listen to as well.
Okay, so tell me what provision of the rule of law says that there's a time limit on when we can proceed with this. If you allow me to finish, I'll move rather expeditiously. I have a few more questions. Does this promote the free flow of traffic while discouraging urban sprawl?
Mr. Dash, what purposes, are you referring to purposes of zoning under the MLUL, or are you looking at
Yes.
purposes? Oh.
Sparta Township, section 18-1.1, purposes of the Sparta Township zoning ordinance.
All right, what was that that citation again, please?
Section 18-1.1, purposes of the Sparta Township Comprehensive Land Management Code. Are we preventing urban sprawl as part of this application? Yes or no?
Well,
Redevelopment site.
yeah, I mean, Mr. Collins, we're not
yes
going
or
to,
no
no,
question.
no, Mr. Collins, we're not going to go through the purposes of zoning here. We've got a fully conforming application, no variances. I don't think we need to hit every purpose of zoning in the state of New Jersey. That was the reason for adopting the ordinance amendment to the ED zone to permit this project, and we are fully consistent with this ordinance. So
Right,
we're not gonna
I'll
go
move
through
on. I
item
think
by
we can move on to the next witness. I think enough testimony has been elicited to make the record clear that this is not a fully conforming application because it is not deemed a warehouse. Number one, and number two, we've already heard testimony that the the witness is not comfortable in responding to that. It does not meet the purposes of the Sparta Township zoning ordinance. So respectfully, Mr. Goen, you can state whatever conclusions you want, but the testimony from the witness sitting next to you has indicated this is not a fully conforming application because it doesn't meet the plain language of the definition in fact, it meets the plain language of a trucking terminal. So you can disagree, sir, but we can move on to your next witness.
Okay, just
Thank you, Mr. Dash.
Mr. Collins, as the board's planner, I just wanted to make a quick comment on the use of the definitions and my own assessment, and I think Mr. Simmons' assessment of the use related to our review of the application. While Mr. Dash does point out the definition for a trucking terminal, he did read it. The definition for warehouse is also included, as is warehouse permitted in the zone. Oftentimes, and I have dealt with this in plenty of other municipalities, my firm also represents the city of Elizabeth, which has a number of trucking and warehouse facilities, and we've gone into depth with the definition, especially as warehousing has evolved over the past few years. The types of warehousing and the nuances of it have evolved as well. The ITE recognizes a number of different warehousing facilities. A trucking terminal, the definition, I have to say, is lacking a little bit in the Sparta code, just from my review of it right now and my review of this application. But what it should note, and it does kind of allude to it, as do the conditions for the use, is more of what's known as a cross-docking warehouse. One of the conditions required is that the pavement of the site does not exceed 10 times the ground floor of the building. And that's generally because trucking terminals or cross-dock warehousing or integrated service facilities all have a characteristic of a small building square footage, a very slim building with trucking terminals on both sides of the building so that things can go in and out of those trucks very quickly. They're also known as they can be fulfillment centers, but those are also larger, but it's known as cross-dock warehousing, essentially. The definition does not include that, but as I said, the conditions required for that kind of a loose trucking terminal does significantly differ from that of a warehouse. And my own review of this application, review of the proposed use, and review of the layout of the building would definitely not conclude that this is a trucking terminal or a cross-dock warehouse. This is more of a traditional warehouse facility. Now we can get into the nuances of logistics center versus distribution center versus long-term storage warehousing, but for the purposes of here, this is a warehouse and distribution use.
Thank you, Catherine Sermad, our township planner. So let's go forward to the next witness and then try to get as far as we can on the next witness.
I just wanted to, really isn't a question, just indicate something as a result of that last discussion, which I don't really want to enter into, but it's a step to the, if there is an issue.
Let's go on, Larry. We're not going to do argument now.
I
We're
understand
going to go to the next witness.
I'm not arguing, and I'm not arguing that point. I'm just
Well,
saying.
you're trying to give a speech, and we're not here for speeches right now. So let's move on.
Thank you.
The board has suggested let's go to the next witness after the board wants. So.
Okay, next witness is Richard Saunderson. He is our project architect. Good evening.
Mr. Saunderson, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, I do.
And please state your name, spell your last name, and give us at least a business address.
It is Richard Saunderson. That's S as in Sam, AUNDERSON. I work with Margulies Hosley Architecture. Our business address is 545 8th Avenue, New York City.
Thank you.
And
Mr.
sorry, Tom.
And please do his qualifications. Thank you.
Sure. Mr. Saunderson, could you give the board your professional qualifications, please?
Yes, sir. I am a registered architect in the state of New Jersey as well as other states, and I am registered in good standing. I have over 30 years of experience as an architect on many building types.
And unless there are any questions, I would ask that the board accept Mr. Saunderson's qualifications as a architect.
I have no questions for voir dire of qualifications, but we should open to Mr. Cohen and Mr. Dash for any voir dire on qualifications.
I have none.
I would just ask the witness, what is his experience? Does he specialize in this type of development, warehouse, whatever it is, development? And what portion of his practice incorporates that type of design?
Yes, at Margulies Hosley, it is the majority of our work. I've been with Margulies Hosley for approximately 4.5 years now, and we do specialize in warehouses and other large commercial buildings.
Very good. Thank you. I certainly have no objection to his qualifications.
Yes, the board will recognize and accepts the qualifications of Mr. Saunderson as a registered architect, and please go ahead, gentlemen.
Sure. So, Richard, I'm going to share my screen.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this exhibit is actually 10 slides, which give you an overview architecturally of the preliminary design of the buildings at this point.
Yeah, so Mr. Collins, I think we would mark, this is all one exhibit, so we're going to slide through as Mr. Saunderson testifies. So we can mark this as exhibit A3, and that would be, architectural testimony exhibit, or however we're going to call it.
That's fine. And if it's an electronic version you can provide after tonight's meeting, please do that. And that'll be A3, and please go ahead and describe it.
Sure. So Mr. Saunderson, why don't we start with the picture that we're looking at here?
Okay, this is a rendering, photorealistic rendering, aerial view of the development, looking from the southeast, looking towards the northwest. So at the lower left-hand corner of the image is the Demarest Road site, Demarest Road roadway. Okay, next. This is a ground level view of one of the buildings. This shows the fenestration on the building. The exterior walls are made up of precast concrete panels. There will be a painted finish on these panels. The specific corners of the buildings would have internally accessory office areas, and those portions of the building would have aluminum and glass storefront areas, as is shown here. The yellow band indicates a small canopy at the entrance, which is part of the visual identification to indicate to pedestrians and motorists where the office entrances are to the buildings. Next slide. This is a site plan, architectural site plan, showing the massing of the two buildings on the property. This shows how the two buildings are designed, both in plan and in elevation, to be sister buildings, which work with that center truck court. Along the right-hand side, of course, as described earlier, is the rail siding. Next slide. This is the interior plan of the building A, which is the building which abuts the rail siding. At the top of the drawing is the siding and the platform access to the siding. To the lower portion of the drawing are the truck docks and the two connecting pathways to the adjacent building. Next slide. This is the adjacent building B. Again, at the top of the drawing are the two connecting paths to the building A. Okay, these buildings, and we can jump to the next slide.
Sorry, I went too far.
That's okay. So these are elevations of the buildings. Again, it shows the concrete panels painted in a multicolor scheme. Again, these buildings have been designed to be sister buildings, to be compatible with each other and seen as one development. Next slide. Next slide. These are schematic building sections, and what these show is a design clear height of 40 feet high. 40 feet is kind of an industry standard these days for warehousing. This building is designed as a warehouse. The two outside bays in each building are called speed bays, colloquially, and that's where the goods are loaded and unloaded. The center bays of the building are at least 40-foot clear height with anticipated racking for storage of goods in these two buildings. See, one building has a center ridge, the other building is a single slope. Next slide. Next slide.
If I can. That's it.
Okay. So that's the overview of the property. I can tell you, let's take a look, see if we have everything. This is, again, this is a precast concrete exterior wall. The interior structure of the building would be steel, steel columns, steel girders, steel open web steel joist between those girders. It's anticipated to be filed as an S1 type storage building, which is basically for class 1 to 4 commodities, basically consumer products. No hazardous materials are anticipated here. Let's jump down to the plan again, just I can just walk you through the plan. One more. Okay, keep going. So diagrammatically in the corners of the buildings, in this building, in the lower left and the lower right-hand corner, we've mapped out office areas, and those are anticipated to be accessory offices to support the warehouse function. Those offices may include managerial offices, administrative offices, employee lounges, etc., to support the staff. Again, these plans are diagrammatic. They don't show, obviously, they do not show all the restrooms, facilities, etc. That would be very tenant specific, as would the actual office layout. That would be tenant specific. So I believe that gives you an overview of the architecture. Again, this is a preliminary site plan application. The architecture is schematic at this point.
Okay, Mr. Collins, we'll go to board questions for Mr. Saunderson.
Before you do, just Mr. Saunderson, I just wanted to confirm that although there might have been a note on the architecture plan, there is no proposal here to have a manufacturing facility in these buildings, is there?
That is correct. It is anticipated to be a warehouse storage building, S1 occupancy storage.
Thank you.
Okay, Tom, do we want to go to any of our town planning SMEs or Stan or anybody or Mr. Simmons?
Let's be good first, and then the board members, and then Mr. Cohen and Mr. Dash.
Okay. Mr. Simmons, any comments or questions as it relates to the architecture?
Just a couple, Mr. Chairman. It's Dave Simmons again. Just referring again to my report of February 9th, 2022 for the architect. As far as these buildings go, as far as any climate control, just looking at the exhibit you've got of the aerial view of the buildings right now, as far as HVAC equipment and what have you, what do you anticipate? And I know it's not fully designed yet, but what do you anticipate? Roof mounted areas or ground mounted units, or how would you handle that?
Well, typically on these buildings, they are heated and ventilated only, not air conditioned, except for the office areas. So in a typical application, you would see small rooftop units, which would be set back from the facade, typically at least a bay into the building. These rooftop units are probably 3 or 4 feet high, perhaps 5 if they're larger. They're not large units, they're relatively low. There would be multiple units rather than one large unit. And they would be located, again, interior from the facade, set back from the facade.
Okay, would you normally see on a building like this any type of screening of those units, or just up on the roof?
Typically, they're not screened because typically they're far enough back from the facade that anyone near the building would not be able to see them. In other words, if they're on top of a building that's 40 feet high and they're set back from the facade, they would not be visible to anyone near the building.
But as far as being visible from any elevated distance, for example, the intersection of Demarest Road and Houses Corner Road, might be able to see them?
We'd have to study that, I think, to answer that question.
Understood. And the other question I have just on the architectural, do you foresee in these buildings any necessity for emergency generation? And if so, where would that be incorporated on the site?
The occupancy by itself would not require emergency generation. Specific tenants may request it, but by itself, the S1 occupancy does not require emergency generation, no.
Okay. That's all I have at this point on architecture, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. Catherine, any questions or comments from your side?
The question had come up before about the potential tenancy and maybe multiple tenancy of the buildings. And this is more hypothetical, but in the case that there were multiple tenants on the site or multiple tenants within a building, is there anything internally or externally that would change about the buildings to accommodate multiple tenants?
I would say no. I mean, you have the possibility as it's drawn right now for multiple corner entrances as it's designed with the various accessory offices shown in the plans. For more than 4 tenants, there would probably be some minor architectural fenestration changes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Catherine. Diana, can you do a roll or just run down for the board members to see if there are any specific questions, again, related to the architecture component?
Yes, Chairman Reyna. Councilwoman Quinn?
Hi, I have a couple of questions and then just a quick clarifier. So on the roof, what is that material and is that solar? It's hard to tell from it. It looks almost like, I mean, is there a plan to put solar up there?
Solar could be accommodated on these buildings. It doesn't always prove to be economical, but I think that's a business decision that would have to be addressed by the operational team.
Okay, so what's the material on the roof? That looks like a pretty flat roof.
That's true. It's a low slope roof. It probably would be 1/4 of an inch per foot or so slope. Typically what we do is a single ply membrane on these roofs. Over insulation, of course, over roof insulation.
Okay, I mean, I'm just saying, you know, obviously you are an architect, not myself, but we get a lot of snow up here, so I just wanted to ask what was going to be on that roof and what the pitch is, because it looks pretty flat. Also, the warehouses. I think, at least for me right now, I would like to make a recommendation to the chair that we maybe go back a few steps here, because for me, I think what's missing is we're all looking at the site and the buildings and everything like that, but we don't really have a good idea as far as what this is being used for, what the intention is. Are things being stored here like a warehouse? Are they being rented out for individual businesses? We have warehouses all over Sparta. They all have, you know, some different uses to them. So I would like to, at the conclusion of this part of the testimony, maybe just take a step back and just get an understanding, a clear understanding as to exactly what the potential purpose and use for this facility is, just so we're all clear rather than looking at the buildings and trying to retrofit them into what we think they're going to be used for. Because I'm hearing things like, you know, trucking and truck stops and this, that, and the other thing. And I think we just need to hear from the applicant exactly what this thing is and exactly the intended use for it. Also, I might have misheard, but when you were talking about the front, did you say there were stores in front? Or was it some kind of doors in front? Did I just mishear it?
Well, actually, what I said was storefront, which is an
Storefront,
industry,
okay.
right, it's an industry term for basically glass and aluminum framing.
Okay.
So there will be glass doors, probably fixed glass above that to provide the visual indication of an entrance.
Okay.
I say storefront, it doesn't mean retail store. It really means aluminum and glass system.
So it's a facade. It's not actually a store in front of a warehouse space.
That's correct.
Just the look
It's a
of it. I
facade.
just want to make sure I'm clear.
No, you're absolutely correct. It is a facade treatment at the anticipated accessory office areas.
Okay, and in looking at this drawing, in the beginning of it, so what we're looking at closest to the bottoms of our screen where the trees are, that all right now, if I'm understanding the diagram, and this is why I want to clarify, this is now where we would see when we pull in the ready mix apparatus, correct? In this corner here?
Yes, I'd say that's accurate.
Okay,
That is
so it
accurate.
looks to me like there's a significant improvement there in that it's clean and it's raised, which I want to just confirm. I know Dr. Parker had asked before about the aquifer. It's something that we are all very concerned with. And so it looks to me like there's a significant raise here to fill in that, to cap it off, to clean it up, and then raise it up to be the same, approximately the same level, if I'm looking at it correctly, right, as the warehouses?
Yes, I think there's a slight upgrade from the Demarest Road, and the site itself, once you're at the warehouse level, is essentially flat.
Okay, because that's going to play in when we talk about preserving and preservation of the aquifer itself. Okay. So again, I think I don't want to ask a question out of turn here, but I think the rest of my questions really center around usage and process and that kind of thing. So if we can at some point just go back to that as the preliminary and get an idea, because again, we have a lot of warehouses in Sparta right now. They are utilized for very different things. And I just want everyone to at least leave this meeting tonight with a common understanding of the intended purpose of this. And also, again, to clarify, any tenants that come in here are going to have to come before the planning board and going to have to get acceptable approval. And we've already clarified that, but the rest of my question about the uses, I think we can maybe just have that covered when you testify as to the overall, you know, what is the intended use of this?
Yeah, and Ms. Quinn, just to answer that briefly, our next witness, Mr. Ford, is going to answer all those questions. That's the purpose of having his testimony. So
Okay, great.
we will answer all of those hopefully for you with our next witness.
Great. I mean, I know we've all, you know, I'm trying to just do diligence as well. I know residents have contacted me with some concerns. I'm just trying to bring them up in the right space in the session. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Parker?
Yeah. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. We're just going to try to limit my questions to the architectural point here. And I'm just curious, when the trucks back up, it looks like it's a flat operation. Is there any protection to keep them from banging into the buildings? Any bollards or anything along there?
Yes, there's two types of protection. There's typically a dock seal at each at the active dock doors, which is basically a rubber three-sided enclosure. Actually, it's four-sided enclosure, top, sides, and bottom. And at various points, for example, at the metal stairs, at the man doors, the personnel doors, there are typically bollards to prevent the trucks from accidentally hitting the metal stairs.
Okay. The surface area, I'm sure that you designed the building so it won't collapse under a certain weight, but how do you remove the snow, or if the amount of weight will the roof hold the amount of snow that were acceptable in this area? Because it can be pretty heavy and pretty thick at times.
Yes, understood. And
it weighs.
we would work with structural engineers to design the structure to meet the snow load for sure. And to answer the question about removal, it would drain by gravity. It drains to the perimeter gutters, down leaders on the face of the buildings, and then it would go into the underground storm system.
I don't have any further questions at this time on the architecture. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Hersberg?
Yeah, I don't have any questions about the architecture. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sylvester? Mr.
Yes.
Sylvester?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Just a few quick questions. In your conceptual design, are you considering on applying for trying to make it elite certified or meet sustainability goals of the state and or at least get elite certification if possible, or was that still in a conceptual phase?
I think at this point it's a conceptual design, and that's something that would be addressed during the detailed building design.
All right, and then in regards to, and my questions are sporadic, they're not in any sync because I've been taking notes listening to the testimony. In regards to, and circling back to the renewable component, if you had units on the roof, you still said that can support a percentage of, if it's economically feasible, some type of solar array system, roof mounted system. What elevation would that add to the current roof line?
It would be, I think we would be guessing at this point. It has to do with the angle of the PV panels, but we're talking a few inches to a foot. Yeah.
Okay, and then in regards to the usage, and I think my question really will be held for Mr. Ford, but in regards to tenant use, if you had a tenant coming in with refrigeration or some type of heavy refrigeration or air condition need, where would you be putting the refrigeration unit? I'm assuming it would be on the roof as well?
Not necessarily. I think that would have to be planned out on a tenant-specific basis. It's very possible it could be on the ground, it could be in the truck court. There's other places to put the refrigeration plant.
Okay, and then my last question is duration of construction and more of your conceptual pro forma. What was the build out for a facility of this size, order magnitude, and timeline?
Yeah, I would say it could be on the order of a year. I guess that's a business decision of how aggressively they wanted to build it, but most likely it would take up close to a year.
Okay, so would this be a phased approach, or would you be building these units simultaneously?
I believe that's an ownership. Yeah, I think that's probably an ownership decision, actually. I'll defer to Ford on that one.
Yeah, Mr. Silvestri, we'll have Jim Ford speak to that.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Ski? Mr. Ski? Mr. Kohler?
Hello, yes, got a couple of different questions. A member of the public was curious if the roofing material was planned to be TPO or EPDM.
It could be either one of those. On other buildings, we've used either of those materials. We're not at that level of detail right now, but both of those would qualify as single ply membrane roofing systems.
Okay, but that would be known when you came in for final site plan approval, so we would know that before you would get final approval, correct?
I think that's fair to say, yes.
Thank you. And I apologize, this might go back to the civil engineer, but I was looking at page 5 of the PDF. It has the proposed buildings and it has elevation lines, but none of the elevation lines are labeled. So I'm having trouble deciding how steep the slopes are around the building and if they slope up or down. Considering that we might not get through it tonight, would that be something that you could supply to us?
Yeah, we can, yeah, to the extent that we don't get you that answer tonight, by the end of the night, we can certainly supply you with the grading plan. I believe it's a part of the site plan already. So it is part of the site plan package, but we will, we'll make sure we highlight that for you.
Okay, yeah, because I found the one that has the current grading on it. I just couldn't find the new grading page. So if I missed it, I apologize. Then also for the architect, we talked, when would we cover the lighting and the landscape plans? Normally we have that as a specific discussion. Would that be now or would that be later? Do we have a different expert who would cover that?
Well, I think what we tried to do was Mr. Diggin had showed the conceptual plan that had the landscaping, the lighting shown on it. But what we're going to do at this point is probably bring Mr. Diggin back just in response to some of Mr. Cohen's questions and address that at the next time we're before you.
Okay, yeah, because normally we've heard all the experts together, so we've been able to form a cohesive picture. Now with the extended break, it's kind of made it more difficult to follow the plot line, if you will.
Yep.
So if I limit myself to purely the architectural at the moment, especially considering that this is in an early stage of design, I think that I don't have any further questions for the moment on this. And just to respond to somebody in the public, no, there are no restaurants here, and you did not hear them saying there was a storefront. This is just purely a warehouse. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gold?
Yeah, my only comment is it appears to me that you're showing a lot more loading docks than you're going to need. I don't know what you're going to use the building for, but you got a lot of loading docks there and they all cost money. That's it.
Noted, and potentially Mr. Ford can address that too when he's up next.
Thank you. Mr. Toscano?
Yeah, just a couple of questions. In regards to, the size and scope and understanding, again, it's preliminary conceptual design that we're looking at here. But the height of these buildings, the amount of square footage, the amount of material that's going to be stored inside, can you speak a little bit about fire suppression, safety, what's going to be built into this from an architectural perspective and what those systems might be and how that would be addressed? My concern around that question is really town services, and based on a fire or something of that nature breaking out in a facility like this that has a lot of material, do the services, are they adequate enough to address it? Can they reach all the building based on what's currently available in the township? And what kind of help are they going to have on site that's going to be designed into these buildings, especially since we have no idea who the tenants are?
Well, regardless of who the tenant is, the building is designed as a 2B construction class, which basically means that it is a non-combustible building. The exterior walls are concrete. Additionally, the building would be provided would be fully sprinklered to protect the structure and the contents. If you take a look at the facades, you'll see that in between the dock doors, there are basically personnel doors, approximately every 100 feet or so. Those are not just for egress, but they also are provided per the International Fire Code for a high pile storage building for ingress for the fire department so that they can locally attack any fire without having to go hundreds of feet in the building.
Are there going to be any internal separations from one area to another, just as firewall, so to speak, to break up areas? Again, you could have one tenant that might want the whole space or multiples, but is there any planning around that? Just something that can contain spaces versus having the whole facility being available. I understand the fire protection based on the construction material of the outside, but as you said, there's going to be a lot of stacks with a lot of things piled inside, which can create a pretty hazardous condition.
Right, and those stacks of materials actually have to be separated from each other physically by certain distances, by certain aisle widths, and they're limited in area and volume. That would have to be taken a look at when you have actual tenants with specific storage needs. But as if it was one tenant, there is no requirement for a fire separation in this type of building.
And then I guess a question just for our own professionals, has anybody looked at, the town's capabilities in addressing emergencies in a facility of this size?
This is Dave Simmons again. One of the things that we asked the applicant to do was touch base with the Fire Prevention Bureau and get their input. I don't know if the board secretary has received a report from them yet or not, but firematically how they would address it with the proposed sprinkler system and the flows and pressures available from the Sparta water utility. We've requested that information.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. Really appreciate it.
Yep.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Mr. Murphy?
Yes, a couple questions. On the personnel doors, to be ADA compliant, they should be tubular handles. I don't know if that's noted in your specifications or not. Also, is this a cut and fill site? Are you exporting or importing soil or using what's available at that site?
I think that's really a civil engineering question, so I'm going to pass on that.
Mr. Collins, we can bring Mr. Diggin back to answer that question. It's a pretty straightforward answer.
Sure,
Okay.
that'd be a good idea. Since he's available.
Come around just so we can.
Right.
He's coming back. But let's handle. Well, yeah, Tony, right there. You heard the question.
Yes. It'd be a little bit of both. There may be some import. There will be cuts in certain areas. Certainly, there will be cuts in the south where we're doing the detention basin. So it'll be a little bit of both.
But what's your net? Is it net import or net export?
I believe we're a net import. Again, we're still in the preliminary stages, but it's looking like a net import at this point.
Okay. I'd like a confirmation on the total number of dock doors. I come up with 191, but you don't have to do your math right now. Just in the next meeting, just confirm that. As far as lighting goes, I'm concerned about the spillage of light, both onto Route 15 and south. I've seen some huge warehouses in Pennsylvania where they have gooseneck lights that just light up an entire city, just about. And I'd like to see some blinders put on the lights so that the spillage in the light is deflected down and not into neighboring environments.
We'll do it. If I may just elaborate real quick, you'll note that the graphic that's being shared, you have that shared truck court in the interior. They are building mount lights or wall packs for the most part. And so that acts as kind of a containment, if you will, from 15. Then on the east side, building A, you have that canopy over the boxcar loading dock. And those will be shining directly down from a height of, I believe that height is probably 3 to 4 foot lower than the building height itself. So you definitely have some sort of glare screen built into that as well, but they'd be shining directly down.
Will they be recessed into the soffit? or the canopy?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so they won't be visible from Route 15.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And the canopy, you did confirm there will be a canopy over the rail siding.
Correct.
And the maximum height of any one of those two buildings is what?
56 feet.
That's what it's allowed. What are you designed for?
We're actually showing 48 feet as the maximum height at this point.
Okay, and did you have anything to do with the oversized truck parking?
That's likely the civil engineer. Can you clarify?
Yes, if you would. There's 50 oversized truck parking spaces. Maximum length is 55 feet. Some trailers are 53 feet. So does that include the tractor?
So the trailer parks on the west are 50 feet deep. So there is a tenant primarily for just the trailers. Is that what you're asking about?
Yeah, you're just parking trailers, right? You're not attaching the tractor to it.
Correct.
Okay, so you can get away with 55 feet because, like I said, the maximum trailer, I think, allowed interstate is 53 feet just for the trailer. And where would those 50 spaces be located?
Right here. Yeah. If you can see the screen, I'm trying to highlight.
I got it.
Right here.
Okay. Your footings, was the location being an old sand and gravel pit is glacial detritus. Are your footings below 48 inches? Or 48 inches deep?
Yeah, at this point, the footings are not designed in detail. The structural engineering of this building is not complete, and structurally they designed from the top down, and then basically footings are the last thing designed.
Really? And that's the first place you start.
That's true, but they have to bring all the loads down. That's the way they work.
All right, interesting. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Chairman Reyna?
Just real quick, I wanted to double check. Chris Quinn, did you have a question? I thought I saw your hand up.
I did, but Jerry covered it, and the issue with the firewalls and safety suppression. I think we have an idea that this is just the preliminary plan, so all of that is going to be covered later.
Yeah.
I have a question with regard to security at the site, but should I wait till we do the operations for that, Chairman, or do you want me to ask it now?
I would recommend we do that with Mr. Ford.
Okay, perfect. Then that's it. Thank you.
Wonderful. No, I think all of my direct questions have actually been addressed by previous board members. So I want to thank you for the architectural component of this. If we could move to Mr. Ford, that would be wonderful.
Sure, let me I'll clarify one thing. So there was a comment about the fire and police, basically review of the application. So our intention would be that the fire and police would have an opportunity to review these plans, comment on them, and that would be, our receipt of their approval would be a condition of any preliminary approval. So we would have done that before we come back for final approval. So I just wanted to make sure that was known to the board.
Thank you.
Tom, are we gonna go to cross-examination before we go to Mr. Ford, or?
I think that's up to the chairman. Mr. Chairman, do you want to just get Mr. Ford in so that the the two attorneys can be of both those witnesses, or do you want to go to the attorney's questions first?
I think a lot of the questions I'm hearing are centered around, again, kind of use the operational component. So if it's okay, Tom, I think I'd like to move on to Mr. Ford, because I think that might clear up some of the outstanding questions that we have, or at least some of the most immediate.
I agree. So,
and Mr. Collins, frankly, I think given the time, realistically, if we can get through Mr. Ford, we would come back with cross-examination of both Mr. Saunderson and Mr. Ford. I anticipate I think that's where we're going to get to. So,
Right, that sounds very likely, Mr. Goins. I appreciate your foresight. So, why don't, I think it's always good to take a 5-minute break around now. It's 9 o'clock. Mr. Chairman, are you good with that? And do you?
I am. Yeah, I think that would be great. Let everybody stretch their legs for a few minutes.
May I ask what time the board plans to go to this evening?
Our last witness. Sorry, go ahead, Tom.
You go ahead, Drew. You said it.
I was just going to say our last witness will be at 9:45 tonight, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you.
So we'll return to the board. We'll just adjourn. We'll still be on Zoom, so to speak, but we'll be not coming back into the board meeting until 9 o'clock. It's now 8:54 Verizon time. So let's aim for 9 p.m. everybody, and see you then.
We are off the record at 8:55 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We are back on the record at 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Okay, well, hopefully everybody got an opportunity to stretch a little bit. Maybe walk around, get a cup of coffee. Yes.
This is John. I've been monitoring the questions from the public. I think we need to make it clear to the public that they will all have their chance to talk. It might not be tonight.
Yep.
But because they think they're not going to get a chance and that they're going to vote on it.
Yeah, no, as we kind of covered this earlier in the meeting for any of those that came on late, all questions will be addressed. We will not be getting through this entire, preliminary discussion through this evening. So this meeting will carry forward to other meetings. The intention is for us to have all of the witnesses present the facts of what they've, what we've got developed here so far, give an opportunity for those identified attorneys to address or cross-examine any of those 4 things on those sections. And then what we'll do is we will come back, we will address all questions as we continue to get through the actual testimony. And then we will, of course, open it up to the public and look forward to everybody's comments and feedback. So everybody will have an opportunity to speak and weigh in on this. So thank you, John. So with that, Tom, do we want to call or?
Yes, I think Mr. Goen wants to call Mr. Ford, so we should have him be sworn. So Mr. Ford, are you on your computer?
Yes.
I'm here, Mr. Collins, right here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can I see Mr. Ford? Let's see. You're on a separate screen, I guess.
Yeah, he's not here with us, so he's via Zoom, but he's on.
Okay. So Mr. Ford, do you please raise your right hand? Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. And please state your name, spell your last name, and give us at least a business address.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. It's James Ford. I go by Jim. My business address is 8841 17th Avenue. That's Circle Northwest. Sorry for the long address. And it's in Bradenton, Bradenton, Florida, 34209.
Thank you. And please go ahead, gentlemen.
Sure. So, Jim, we're not going to have Mr. Ford testifying as an expert tonight. He is testifying as a member of the applicant's development team. So, Mr. Ford, why don't you explain to everybody what it is you do and your role here with the project?
Thank you, Steve. Citizens of Sparta, the planning board, township staff, and guests, thank you for giving me the time this evening. And I know a lot of the questions that I've heard so far are surrounded around the concern about operations, the type of tenant or type of use that the building is designed for, and what our intentions are. And I am here to give you absolute clarity in being in charge of this development from start to finish, from our early on design that you're seeing now, and that it is preliminary nature, through the entire final application and final approval phases. And that also includes building permit applications. So as you know, a lot of even these questions that have been asked so far about design and stuff, it has to go through a rigorous building permit application and be finally approved by city staff. It's very typical of any of our projects. So this is preliminary, and what I would call the true words of site plan preliminary application. That's what it is. This is to say that this site plan is what our intent is for the site, and that's what we are expecting to build with not only our capital partners, but also the intent of use for the building. I think it's very important to take a moment, Mr. Chairman Josh, and explain who I am in my past history. For 30 years now, 30 on the nose, I've been developing industrial real estate all over the country. I grew up in a transportation family. I grew up in a trucking and railroad family with fathers. My father's still with me, thank God, in his 80s. My grandfather, my uncles were all on the railroads. And when I got out of college in 1992, so 30 years ago, I kind of want to take a little bit different approach to what my family did. And it ended up that construction development was that. So for the past 30 years, I have worked for some of the largest, a well-known one in Northern New Jersey is Centerpoint Properties. We were a publicly traded company way back then. Sold in 2006, and I decided to move on. 2008, decided to move on to a different career, more on my own, because in not only growing up in this industry with my family, but seeing the evolution and change in many different aspects of what your concerns are as citizens, it was important to me to try to affect a change. There has been an evolution in regulatory, in driver concerns. So that's health and safety for people and employees that many people have addressed, and I will be addressing more of it, and the environment as well. I can honestly testify and say that 90% of the projects that I've done over the past 30 years have been brownfield redevelopment or redevelopment of existing sites, knocked on buildings, whatever it may be, landfills, things that are bad for the environment. That it was my goal, period, as doing the right thing by any standards to clean it up and make it a higher and better use. Now, as you know, this would be considered a redevelopment site. It's not a brownfield. It's not contaminated. The water's clean. My partners have to regularly test with their existing operations, a concrete and sand processing operation. So that's not what I'm saying, and please don't hear what I'm not saying. But the evolution is part that I felt like we do as a nation, and definitely in Northern New Jersey, have an issue with trucking and the congestion and all these things that we deal with. So when I began this 30 years ago, this path, this journey of trying to affect change, it was surrounded around what are ways and methodologies to get trucks and get trucks off the road, number one, and deal with environmental concerns and pollution. And my answer back then, and continues to be, that partnering with the railroads is a very viable, logical option for distribution. Because what really, I'll get to in a minute here, and clearly defined for you what the type of uses are for these buildings. You know, my focus is on us as consumers and the fact that we need certain things to live. We need clothes, we need food, we need shelter, we need all these things, all right? And it's very important to understand what the premise of these warehouse buildings are. Part of what I also want to state, because I've heard it earlier in the conversation, is that what this is not. This development is not unequivocally 100%, as Catherine said, it is not a freight terminal. It is not a high-speed transfer of major freight that is a truck terminal in nature. This is truly the definition in my mind, and it's okay if people disagree with me. I have no problem with that at all. But this is truly a warehouse distribution facility. And what it is intended for, and I am in charge of the leasing and what tenant will go in this building, number one, is part of my role, or I should say number one, but a major part of my role. It is intended for consumer good, ultimate distribution. And those categories are things like food, they're raw food products, they're finished food products, they're beverage in all sorts. They are paper, they're packaging for consumable industry, they're health and beauty, which we all use most days, they're pharma. Many things in those lines is what I view this project as from the start of being what it wants to be. And the way that this came about is that I was not around, and I developed in New Jersey. I develop all over the country, partly because it's why I said I have a Florida address. I own 900 acres down here that is rail served heavily, and it's very much so promoted by the community down here. But because it gets trucks off the road and allows for inbound freight to come in for its ultimate distribution in the consumer goods world. So that's why here and not sitting with you presently. I am there quite a bit. My partner Frank is there all the time. So we are not developers that build something like this and disappear at the end of the day. So to get to, as I said, what it is and what it is not, and that's not a freight terminal. Number one. Number two, they don't like their name used, but we all know are the biggest e-commerce company that many of us use in the world. All right. Is a major part of what people consider supply chain or distribution, whatever it might be. We are unequivocally not marketing towards that e-commerce company for use of this property. Absolutely not. They are not rail dependent in the form of our design, and their need for parking and their need for massive amounts of auto traffic and truck traffic is not something that I care to bring to this community. It was never designed for that. That is not the intention. Make that very clear. This is what's known, what I would call is a dwell warehouse. In form of dwelling, where we live in a home, it's our dwelling, okay? A dwell warehouse in its simple definition, all right, is for the ultimate distribution to local and regional consumption, food, consumer goods, the things we need to survive every day. That's the intention here, exactly. And also understand is that the sizes warehouses I know are a lot, but let's think about at the beginning, and there's nothing good about what we've dealt with as a nation about COVID in general, or what we're experiencing now on world affairs type issues. But there's a huge demand to be more centralized towards us and you as the consumers in Sussex County, in Sparta, to be able to get the necessities that you need, not only in time of emergency, but day to day in general. And what I mean by that is, if you all think back, I remember, when we first started to experience COVID just over 2 years ago, and a lot of us started to panic and say, "Oh my gosh, I'm going to go to Costco, I'm going to go to Target, I'm going to go wherever and get 5 cases of water." Well, what happened? The shelves were barren because the supply chain was broken. It was broken, and ultimately, this type of distribution and warehousing that we're looking to build supports us in those times of need. So that's not the only functionality of it, but in reality, it is a forward-thinking process that we're looking towards to ensure that when we need things, and God willing, that something else, a major catastrophe doesn't happen again, but that's a capability that our real estate development has here. Okay. As I said, I touch on some of the major categories of type of products, and it's driven towards consumer foods. To supply what, you might ask. I mean, it is for ShopRite, it is for Tractor Supply, it is for Walmart, it is for Acme, it is for Stop and Shop, it is for Target, because they're all places that we locally may buy from, in need of everything that we need, especially in food and beverage and stuff for our daily lives. I wanted to drive that home and make sure people understand that this is not, for things that are bad for the environment. This is not, for activity or otherwise of heavy freight movement that's transferring because it's going to be dispersed to 5 states, whatever it might be. That is not the intention for this development whatsoever. We talked about, trailer parking as an example from an operations perspective. I would promise you and tell you that most capital people that I deal with who would look to, co-invest in something like this is just as much as the brokerage community and the logistics community would tell me that 50 additional trailer spots, right? And those are, as some people had asked before, those are for drop trailer areas, not for tractors. The tractor would disconnect and go on its merry way to go pick up another load, whatever it might be. That is just overflow space in general of need, because there aren't enough drivers available, as I said, anymore, not out on the streets to drive all the trucks they want to. This is more of a regional, and local type play from an operation perspective. So when we think about the operations of this project and the property in general, safety is absolute paramount. You have to understand that many of these warehouses are run for large corporations, the Procter and Gamble's of the world, the Walmarts, I mean, the major retailers, the food, companies, the Coca-Colas, the Crafts, Nabiscos. They are run by outside entities, which we refer to as 3PLs. It's third-party logistics provider. Those companies that fail really fast in this business are the ones who have bad safety records. So when you talk about the operations of these buildings, pardon me, and you talk about the flow of traffic and stuff, yes, it truly is, because we need that flexibility to lure the right opportunity here, which, by the way, the city and the board has full approval over them in their tenancy of the building. Not complete. You need to understand something else that hasn't come up. We talk about having to go back to the planning board in the future. Don't forget, any business that operates in the township of Sparta needs a business license. Okay, so we can't just randomly have someone move in and say no business license. You need to come in, fill out a questionnaire. This is for everybody in town to understand. You need to come in and fill out a questionnaire. Do you use any flammables? Do you use any aerosols? All these type of questions are very important to operations. And those are all things that are vetted here in the future. This is just to say that this is what the footprint of the site plan looks like. And that's the point we're at today. As you also heard from our consultants so far to date, the architect and the civil, is that there are a lot of unknowns in design. Those are all things that need to be vetted ultimately through the building permit process and work through in general. So getting back to where my vision always was for these type of operations is the fact that I think it's not even known, and we're gonna have our traffic engineer testify here in a little bit to be clear on this, right? But even our traffic study as it sits right now does not take into consideration what my thought is about the reason why we need direct rail services building to bring cases of water and to bring, cases of food in, these type of things. For every one rail car that Tony Deegan referred to as a civil engineer, for every one rail car, it takes 4 trucks off the street. And you can clearly read in our traffic study, which is coming up here in a bit, that is not taken into consideration in our traffic counts whatsoever. So in reality, if I'm doing my job for all of us and as a team and everybody involved in the community, that we want to use that rail, it's part of the ordinance. It's part of the ordinance. It has to be used. That's why this design is accordingly. I would have loved to have done one big 1 million square foot building, as somebody alluded to earlier, but in reality, we can't do it. It's too deep. It doesn't flow well. It is not a distribution building. Those wide of buildings, those size, are typically reserved for manufacturing. This is not a manufacturing facility. It's not, and it's not going to be. So that's why we had to come up with a unique design to support this and shrink the buildings ultimately. And honestly, many brokers, many people would say that our trailer parking, our drop trailer parking, is way low. You can go to other surrounding communities around here that have 300, 400, 500 empty spots as part of their master plan. I never wanted that here. It's not the intention whatsoever. And one of the board members made a great point earlier that I made a note about and I want to elaborate on. In our spec design and building of this building, is that we are not immediately putting in 191 doors. It's not happening. There's a cost factor to it, number one. Number two, in my 30-year experience, it won't be used. So I don't want them or pay for them. And the tenant doesn't need them. And beyond that is that it just doesn't make sense. We make those provisions if it came along, but just as much we talk about what we have already approved as an example for wastewater discharge right now. It's maxed at 100 people. That's fact. We need to take other steps and work with the township and work with the authorities along the way before we can even hit other hurdles. So I also have seen there's been, just some non-understanding of information, like of the traffic and stuff. I'll let the experts talk on that, but it's a lot less than any of us may think. I'll give you a prime example. Just 2 years ago, I built a 633,000 square foot, one building, rail served. The rail comes to the side of the site. It's not actually on the building, but this was an old rail yard, old defunct redevelopment site in the city of Chicago, which is a lot of similar attributes to what's happening here. The tenant in the building is the second or first largest manufacturer of aluminum cans in the world. They make cans for Coca-Cola, for Pepsi, for Mountain Dew. They make cans for White Claw. A lot of people are drinking this White Claw seltzer stuff nowadays. All the energy drinks, Red Bull. I don't drink any of that, so I wouldn't know them all. But Monster, many of that stuff, right? This warehouse is filled with nothing but racks and ground stacks, and it's 36 foot clear of aluminum cans. Those cans sit there, honestly, some of them for over a year. And that size warehouse, to give you an example, we talk about being honest and forthright. Yes, these are designed for certain things. It's designed for 191 doors of maximum capacity. It's designed in the long term. We would design the buildings for maybe up to 400 employees. But honestly, as an operator of these buildings and what I do, development, and have done this for 30 years, that 633,000 square foot building, they have 5 employees inside, 5. And even during the holidays, when the beverage industry is in maximum need of aluminum cans, as an example, okay, Coca-Cola plant, the bottling plant calls down the street and needs cans. It's probably before the 4th of July, as an example, big consumption time of pop when we're having fun with our families, or Memorial Day, whatever it might be. So the month out before, they're calling for cans. At the maximum, they're seeing 40 trucks a day in and out of the facility. That's 20 in and 20 out. So I want to be crystal clear. All right. Yes, there are design standards that we need to design for in a speculative basis, like we have to do in this, and I'll get to that in a second. But it doesn't mean we're doing all that. It really doesn't. And as I said, I was getting back to earlier, is that I was saying about like a 3PL operating a building like this. Safety is paramount. So as trailers are sitting empty on the outside perimeter of the property there, the trailers that are back to the doors, just like this rendering depicts, you're never going to see 190 trucks at full truckloads, or empty truckloads are being loaded at each door. There's many reasons why. Number one, just like a port facility or just like an intermodal terminal, a rail facility, every truck that comes in and out of here needs an appointment. They don't just show up randomly and say, I'm here, unload my load. It doesn't work that way, because the 3PL in the building who's unloading the goods for Kimberly-Clark, for Kraft, whatever it might be, they want to minimize, their cost of doing that. It takes on average 3 to 4 hours to unload a trailer, and it takes the same amount of time to reload a trailer. Do you want a truck driver sitting there for 8 hours while he's waiting for a load? That is complete inefficiency. You want them back out of the building, moved on to the next destination. So a lot of these things that scare us, and I get it, and I'm in support of everybody and understanding of it. A lot of these things that scare us are really misnomers in my mind. And all I want to do is clarify to tell you, I'm here to answer these questions and ultimately tell you, everybody on this call, is that this is just early on. This is just the beginning. This is just a pretty picture to say this is where we're at. We still have a lot of hurdles to climb here from a development standpoint and approval standpoint. And we're not asking for something that's just approving this and moving on from here. And as I said, many of the design factors, like trailer parking, is a lot less than the market demands, but we're okay with that because this makes sense. We have something valuable here that's taking four trucks off the road into one rail car that you can't find in northern New Jersey. There's a couple other areas in northern New Jersey, really, that you may consider rail areas. Edison's a good example. Edison down south of the port, at the beginning of the turnpike off there, there's a rail park there. That rail park is leased all the time, and it's leased to these type of customers that I refer to. It's leased to Home Depot for lumber or drywall distribution. It's leased to Target for, for whatever, for clothes, that kind of stuff. Those are the type of users that we're going after. I am not in the business of dirty operations. That is not what institutional capital wants to see. And that's not what our intent is here. I have always been a big fan, and I would consider myself an environmentalist. I've always been a big fan of what, an environmental responsibility by efficiency is critical and key, because every time you touch something, it costs money. So if I have a forklift operator that's pulling something out and he goes and puts it in a spot on a rack or on the floor or whatever it might be, and that's how these buildings operate, that for him to have to go back and move it, whatever it might be, it costs money. So there is a very tight operation and schedules on when trucks come and go, and they don't all come at once. They don't remotely come at once. So even at 190 some doors, there's no way to physically unload or load, more than a dozen or a handful at a time of trailers, because there's not that many people in these buildings. There's not that available equipment. There's not that the amount of available drivers out in the street to make this happen. So there is a lot of, thought behind this from an operations standpoint. And that's what I've been working on for 30 years. But we do need the flexibility. And here's why. Because ultimately, a lot of these companies that I've named, and I probably shouldn't have, they probably strike me down. There's other food companies that I cannot, because I'm under an NDA. We've already had discussions with them about potential operations here. But it is all been food and consumer good related type uses. The lead time, as we mentioned earlier, Richard Architect said 12 months. We're probably right now closer to 15 or 16 months, probably more along that lines, mainly because unfortunately the supply chain's messed up. We can't get steel. We can't get roofing materials. We can't get the corrugated metal deck and the roof joists that support the building. Now concrete is about to go up in expense. Frank, my partner, is probably happy to hear that. I'm kidding, but in reality is that just the demand for our industry from when it comes to all these goods that could very well be in these warehouses, it's difficult. You probably also know, a lot of you do, and for those who don't know, our cost of materials for these type of buildings and across the industry have gone well up 30-40% across the board for many things in the past 18 to 24 months. That makes it difficult, to make the numbers work and really show that it's for real. So why do we have to go with the minimal spec and then get to what the tenant and the amount of money and opportunity they may put in the building? Why do we have to do it? Because nobody will commit to corporate America, the distribution, the things that we need to live every day. Those companies are not committing to it unless they actually see that the building is going up, and happening in general. Then they will come and say, hey, I want to come meet the mayor. I want to come meet the folks in Sparta. I want to, see what's going on. I want to talk about operations. We want to talk about specifics of what we do. Something that was mentioned earlier, and I appreciate one of the council people that mentioned earlier. We are a big believer, and I know Anthony, my architect, because he did the wise thing he wanted me to answer, and I appreciate that. We are big believers in the environment. There is a whole thing that some of you may be aware of, and some might not be, that we call LEED certified. LEED stands for Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design. It has been a standard that is worldwide now. It is shared by the U.S. Buildings Council, and I've been a big believer in it from the minute it started. We are building everything in this building, including asking the questions about the outside lighting and stuff. It's all LED. It is state of the art. Those wall packs, actually, we will do a photometric study to bring into city staff beforehand. I require of my people as a developer. We will bring in a photometric study that will actually pictorially show you the brightness of the building at night, even for safety reasons, when it is or is not operating. There's a lot of things that of devil in detail there that haven't been addressed and expressed, and I appreciate that. And be able to answer these questions. So if I really could, honestly, from a business standpoint, my standpoint, of a developer in making $150 million potential investment here, I would love to say that I have a tenant committed to you right now, but and we called it a build-to-suit for lease. It's not in the world that we unfortunately live in right now. I need to show that we've got a warming community that's controlling this process, that's welcoming, this opportunity. And that is here to help, us live good lives, and not when the next, situation happens. I mean, where I live, I live in Florida because I have a big development down here, but I'm up there quite a bit. I stay there, quite a bit. I'm in other parts of the country and traveling. I mean, I see it all the time. Down here, our big chain store is called Publix. Every other day, something's out on the shelves. Gatorade, I use it when I work out in the morning. Water, certain perishable foods, whatever it might be. It always seems like there's always a shortage, and that's because this imbalance of supply chain. So to know that we have this type of development that services the local community in the consumer goods world, to know that it's a benefit to us in making our lives better, that was always my intention. It was never to say to anybody that, and we'll get clarity when we get to the traffic, because I want the experts to testify and be clear on things. The traffic and the environmental are coming up, and I want them to speak and tell you about the reports and be honest, because that's important to me. But that was never the intention. And it really wasn't to say that, this is bad. I hopefully my perspective is a little bit different than most, is to say that this is positive for the community. So that's, kind of my thoughts this evening, Chairman and Steve, and yes, I'm absolutely open to questions at this time if appropriate.
Great.
So-
Thank you, Jim.
Yeah, Chairman, I think we covered a lot of topics there. I think there are a number of questions that I wrote down that we had deferred to Mr. Ford, but given that I think we've only got a limited time left, maybe we'll just open it to the board's professionals and the board, and then if I think we missed anything, I'll just hit those at the end.
Oh.
Yeah, that would be, that's acceptable.
They're coming to say goodnight to me.
So, Mr. Simmons.
Mr. Chairman, before you start, can you please remove the picture? Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. So, Mr. Ford, thank you for your commentary on this. What I'd like to do is turn it over to, I guess, first Mr. Simmons and to Catherine, to see if there are any specific questions related to, as we talk about the business operations. And Mr. Ford, I appreciate your vision and sort of what's kind of brought you to this level. And but I guess let's start with Mr. Simmons and Mrs. Sarmad with regards to any specific questions they've got, or just from an operational question, because I think this is really the meat of, I think, the discussion that we're looking forward to having. Honestly, I don't think we're going to get through this in the next 30 minutes. So I suspect we may need to carry this forward. Well, we'll certainly be carrying the meeting forward, but even this portion of it, as we look at the operations and everything, because I do think that'll be the meat of this conversation. But let me start first with Mr. Simmons and Mrs. Sarmad to see if they have any specific questions they'd like to address first.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, this is Dave Simmons again. Mr. Ford, the one question that I'm sorry I didn't hear you speak to, but maybe you could address, I know it was brought up before, in your overall vision for this particular project, would you envision this site being developed in one phase, or would you phase it in?
Mr. Simmons, I mean, the thought would be to do it in one phase, okay? Because I firmly believe there would be one tenant, and this almost I want to address. Our civil engineer was asked a question about how many tenants could this be theoretically. I mean, no, we as the owner landlord, okay, we want one tenant. We'd like one tenant, so that means Mr. Simmons, the entire development, all right. But if it happened to be a phase development, I believe that building A would come before building B. There is not an issue on any comfort level of developing the whole thing in one phase. But if it happened that way, it would be starting, from building A to building B. And secondly is that, yes, the building is, the two buildings are designed each for two tenants potentially. That's why we have two office pods theoretically in each building, but that would be the maximum. We do not want, as the owner, nor does the institutional, partners want more than that. They're not designed for that. This would not be, beyond that. It's a single tenant, either both buildings, one big tenant, or intentionally would be a lesser case scenario would be a tenant in each building that would also have to interact because of the rail, because of many attributes of the site that have to interact from a logistics standpoint.
Okay. And the follow-up to that is, where would you say your limits are for a project like this from a regional standpoint? How big a region would you expect this to serve?
On an outbound basis?
Yes.
Dave, it is an unknown question. It is an unknown answer. But what could I see? I mean, there's many tenants, many producers, many shippers, whatever, that may be in closer to Newark. A prime example is the Mark Anthony Brands, who makes that White Claw, the seltzer that a lot of the kids and stuff are drinking nowadays, and people enjoy it. But they're in a processing plant. They make their product in Hillside, right by the airport. Okay, they had no choice for distribution. They had to take a 500,000 square foot warehouse in Phillipsburg. Okay, and then there's a big development out in Phillipsburg that was a former, what was it? It was a former plant, Ingersoll Rand or something like that. It was a former plant. They tore it down, redeveloped it because it was an old shuttered manufacturing plant. They went out there. So to answer your question, Dave, I mean, sure. Could there be some distribution over to Pennsylvania? Yes. Could there be some distribution over to New York? Yes. But also, understand we're in a location here in Sussex County, Sparta, that definitely touches on distribution to the city across the bridges. It's close enough in, could go down the turnpike potentially. And literally, if different routing and stuff, it could, could hit the Pennsylvania parts of it. But there's plenty of new distribution stuff being built over there, a lot of it. So I would really see this, is kind of confined by some of the retailers and companies that I mentioned earlier who need close in distribution just to serve local consumers in the marketplace there in the county.
Okay. That's all the questions I have right now, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dave. Catherine, anything from your side?
And just, excuse me, just a few questions. Now that you've touched upon it about the tenancy, and I understand, this is still speculative as far as who the tenants will be, but I think we haven't gotten to the testimony about traffic yet. Specifically, but it obviously has been on the forefront of everyone's minds, just looking at the comments and hearing from the board. The more tenants in the building, I think the more potential there is for traffic and truck issues. Do you think that there would be any, and you as the owner or developer, would there be any opposition to a if this board did look favorably upon the application on conditioning that you would limit the tenants to a maximum of 2 tenants, or is that not a viable from a real estate perspective?
Catherine, in being realistic, it's not viable. Just to say, it's not viable. But I can promise you, if you look at design, now you're a designer planner, right? If you look at the design, you've got 2 buildings. There's 4 office pods conceptually shown, all right? That really would be the max, okay, that we would consider. So the absolute max for both buildings would be 4 tenancy. Okay.
So okay, that's good to know, because as I mentioned before,
I've learned.
Yeah.
Some of us has done this a long time, and you're one of them, and are to me considered expert. Is that I've learned when you cut it up and slice it up too much, it makes it difficult then to release the last parts of the building. And honestly, the demand in Northern Jersey for these type of developments to serve us as consumers for our daily needs is overwhelming.
Yes, I understand that as well.
Overwhelming.
And space, you know, is a luxury. The ability to expand is a luxury. So my question was more pertained towards carving up the building because, you know, as I mentioned, representing the city of Elizabeth, space in warehouses can get carved up, especially when it isn't limited. And that's where things can get a little tricky as far as, you know, the logistics and the site working and operating efficiently.
Well, yeah.
And you, as you've mentioned, there's a demand for space. And so I think it's good that you noted that the office space will generally naturally limit the number of tenants. My other question was related to, you'd mentioned something about one of the buildings, you know, both being rail dependent. So building A is close to the rail spur, building B is further from it. Is there a chance that building B, you know, would be entirely dependent on just truck traffic and wouldn't utilize the rail spur because it isn't adjacent to it and it doesn't necessarily, you know, need that, you know, a building could be completely truck dependent.
I would say the safer thought process there of having this as an unknown of who the tenants or tenants could be is that we could very well see that as an example, one third-party logistics firm who would manage the entire campus for different products. So if you understand that space and that business, there's a lot of 3PLs that are out there, very big companies, very good names, very, you know, I mean, you know, the Schneiders, JB Hunts of the world might be in the truck business as well. XPO is a big one in the Northeast that runs these type of operations, right? They may have multiple companies they service. So I don't mind doing it because I want everybody on the phone to be able to visualize this and understand it. So say that, you know, you had XPO as a tenant in this building, okay? And their customers are Coca-Cola, Kimberly-Clark, who makes paper goods and many other things, you know, in general, Johnson & Johnson, who makes certain things, whatever it might be that we buy up, you know, the shelves every day. They may have multiple accounts in this whole campus, but there's an interaction there. So I could very well see that, you know, it's one operator, the whole thing, and it's dependent as to work in one unit. And then operationally as well, from a safety factor, some of the things that I heard, even some of the attorneys expressed early on about safety, absolute paramount. So this to me has always been envisioned as one big campus, but it might service multiple customers under one operator. And that rail to me is dependent. I mean, if I could disclose to you, which I can't under legally, and the attorneys on the phone could tell you I'm on multiple NDAs, and we normally get asked to sign them when someone comes along and says, boy, we're interested in your project and we'd like to, you know, maybe be a tenant. Well, we're not to that stage yet, but you know, the food and opportunity and companies out there in general are such that this rail is a major reason why I found Frank and his partners to be able to talk about developing this property. The two main Class 1 railroads are the CSX and Norfolk Southern, as many are aware. They're both investors in the NYS&W, the short line that we have here. And that's actually through my other developments with both those railroads over 30, you know, long period of time, how I found out about this and the demand to say that, yes, there is a huge need and opportunity for rail served dependent buildings like this to get to the market. I'll give everybody a prime example. I live here in Bradenton, Florida. Tropicana, orange juice. We all, you know, hopefully a lot of people drink it, some don't. The biggest Tropicana plant is right down the street I should say, miles from where I live. Almost every other day, we call it the Tropicana train. It's loaded up with frozen concentrate, finished product in containers and in box cars that are temperature controlled and is railed all the way to Edison, to New Jersey. And it's unloaded there in new warehouse, just like we're showing in our site plan and development. And it is distributed from there to service this market. That's the type of tenant I want in this building.
Understood. I want to stay away from the hypotheticals just so we don't belabor anything.
No problem.
No, just my own line of questioning. I wanted to avoid that. So I have very briefly, if you could describe, I was just looking at the layout. Can you just describe how freight is offloaded from the from the rail line and how the freight actually makes its way into the building from the train?
Sure. The box cars obviously are pulled up and staged against the outdoor dock area that Tony Deegan was referring to. Under the canopy, of course, we're in New Jersey, so we've got weather conditions to take into consideration. So it is canopied closed for safety issues, for weather issues, for many things. A forklift, the doors would open. Typically a forklift, well, it's a metal dock plate, we call it. It's a plate that goes out to cover the gap between the concrete platform and the rail car for safety issues. There's strip that goes on top of that. Then a forklift would go into the car, take out the first pallet or load, whatever it might be, paper, whatever the product may be, and then it's shifted around. It's going into the building, and it's being either staged right within the building at what we call a speed bay area, which is more of a wider bay area. And then it ultimately is put into its spot to sit there and dwell for 3 months, 6 months, whatever it might be, until it's ready to go out to its ultimate destination for consumption.
So it's direct, the building side, trying to look at the direction. So the building side that the rail, the canopy is on, there's openings on that side that the freight's can be forklifted directly into the building on that side?
It's an outdoor concrete pad area. It's dock high. So then
I'm saying there's building openings. There's openings to the building.
Yes, yeah. It's like drive-in doors. It's like drive-in door. Yeah.
If I didn't see an
There's speed
elevation
roll.
for that side of the building, so if your architect or your professionals could provide an elevation for that side, I think it would clarify that for me. I wasn't sure how it made its way into the building. And I had just one final question, and it's mostly a point of clarification. You had mentioned about the traffic study, and again, I don't want to get too far into traffic because you will have an expert testifying on that, but you'd mentioned that that was the number of trips was a conservative estimate because kind of your mission statement was really to utilize the rail line to remove truck traffic and all of the potential consequences like pollution and congestion that come with that. And I don't want to mischaracterize your statement, but I believe you mentioned that was conservative because you do have the rail line.
Correct.
Is there any reason why, or is there any way to incorporate the kind of shift of potential trips to the rail? Because I think you could get a mix of both, right? You could get the conservative estimate.
It's going to be a mix of both. I think being realistic and straightforward, honest, it's going to be a mix of both.
Okay. I'll just wait to hear from the traffic engineer. I just wanted to make sure we had that clear. Okay.
Sure.
I'm good. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you, Catherine. So at this time, and again, I know we're running short on time. This is clearly going to move into our next session. So this will be carried forward. I believe, and Diana, keep me honest on this one, I believe it's April 6th.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. So Mr. Ford, I think, we'll continue some of the questions. I'd like to turn over to the board members to start asking some of their specific questions. But just, with the understanding, there's, again, we're not going to get through this in the next 13 minutes. So, we'll ultimately end up carrying this forward. But Diana, if you wouldn't mind, I guess, just based on the role, if you could start coming down and just turning to the board members for some questions.
Yes, Chairman Wade. Yes, Councilwoman Quinn.
Okay, so just a couple clarifying questions here. So first and foremost, how many trucks come in and out of the existing site today? So the existing manufacturing that's going on there right now, or the businesses that are there now, how many trucks come in and out of there each day?
Frank?
Just as a comparison figure.
Jim, if you have that answer, you can answer. Otherwise, I think we may want to come back with that answer the next time, because I think we're working.
Fine.
I think we're working on getting a real answer to that question.
Okay. I just would like to get a comparison of what we have today and what we're looking at, because I I would like that clarification if you could.
Yep.
Also, there are obviously no plans on this site, but I want to clarify and make clear, you are not putting in any kind of application whatsoever that includes any fuel stations or any fuel to be stored on site for any of these trucks, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I just want to verify. Also, with regard to security, there's two questions in here intertwined. So first and foremost, is this site going to be operational 24/7 with things coming in and out all day and night long? Or are there straight hours of operation? I'm just trying to get a handle on that.
That is unknown.
Okay.
In anywhere here in the country, it could be one shift. Someone said earlier, 8-hour shifts. That's pretty accurate. It could be one shift or two shifts. It's typically one or 1 to 2 shifts, not 24-hour operation.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Also, it sounds like everything that's coming up here, it would be counterintuitive or counterproductive for a train to come from Edison up to here to bring shipment and ship things back to Edison. So I just want to clarify also that the goods and services, as you testified before, are really coming for here and probably most likely north of here. They're not going back down to the places obviously where they're coming from, because there's already storage facilities enough in Elizabeth, in Edison, down there. So these things, they're coming up on rail, and then the intent is to keep them going north from here. Is that correct? Did I understand that?
That's somewhat correct. I mean, and the reason why I say that it's qualified is that very specifically is that we very much so may have a user, consumer goods user for the building that presently is not heavily or using rail in northern New Jersey. So Edison was just an example. Is all it was using was an example of rail, opportunity. Okay, there's no direct connect or interface with Edison and that marketplace up here. Yeah.
And let me clarify. So I
Sure.
apologize. I
That's
didn't
right.
mean it to come that way. What I was simply saying was there are these warehouses and access to rail are much more prevalent as you go east from here. The point of it coming up here and being housed here is obviously not to ship it back there. So I
Correct.
just want to clarify, it's coming up here and then it's going north from here. Like it's going to Pennsylvania, like you said, possibly New York State, here, to our colleagues that are further out in Sussex County. So that's the intention. Obviously, logistically, it makes no sense to ship it here from east and then truck it back there. So that's what you're seeing as the majority of the logistics or the flow, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And with regard to truck drivers, I appreciate the clarification. And this is why I want to kind of get a handle of how many trucks are in and out of there today, right now, because that's going to directly affect our perception of what's going on with traffic moving forward, right? So we need to know what we have today, because a lot of people don't even realize that this exists today. So we want to understand where we are today, where we're going. So my question is, these people will not be sleeping at this site in trucks, correct? They're not gonna be having sleepovers or anything of that nature with drivers? Okay, I want to clarify
Absolutely.
because this is a real issue.
I understand.
And then the other thing is, what's your security plan for this site? Now, I know it's conceptual, but is your intention or your experience with other sites that these things are fully, do you have security in your other places that you've done? Is that the intention for here, to have security on site 24/7 to make sure that this, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the intention. Every operator is different, but yes, depending on the type of goods, I mentioned things like pharma. I didn't even talk about things like electronics or something like that. They're absolutely standards for security. So some tenant,
Yeah, it needs to be said and clarified so that we can be assured. So that's why I feel good. I want to hear it from you.
Yes.
And my last thing is, can you just briefly explain, based on your experience in the past in doing this in different communities, the benefit to the community? So we have a lot of people that are, and myself included, we need to understand sort of, because this is new to us, the benefits. You touched on some of them, but obviously there are big benefits. And I'd just like you to sort of go through for us, if you will, so that we can understand also the positives for our own community of being able to have this here.
But they said us as local, in this community or any community as local consumers, it benefits you because this type of operation is going to allow, to not have to go to the store and see things run out, whatever it might be as an example, right? But then benefits I didn't talk about, are the potential for job creation. I can't promise, I can't promise there's going to be over 100 jobs. I can't. And in my 30-year experience with this, I don't think the numbers are going to be that high. I really don't. But there's the opportunity for job creation. Texas, what is this land in the form of what is a project in the form of land as an operating company right now paying in taxes? I believe that these operations create a much higher tax base for the community and the benefit of that in general. Those are a couple of the key ones just from a benefit standpoint that we haven't even talked about.
And also just finally, my last one is with regard to partnerships. So I understand that, of course, you cannot say to us, oh, we're going to have this many jobs and it's going to be only local people and, we're only going to use local things. And I understand that. I would never ask that. But in your experience, are you open, for example, to working with local schools, whether they be technical schools or our county college, for example, because they've got a lot of these platforms, refrigeration, for example, rail, whatever it may be. So I mean, I see that as a benefit, but I want to get your opinion on that. Are you open? Do you do that in other places as well?
Everywhere, always do. In fact, if you really go through the list of our consultants who've talked to date, and those who haven't yet, they're as local as we, as we can get. But yes, especially technical schools, those type of things for job creation, job training. That is one of my best sales tools ever when I'm looking, to put it a good Fortune, 50, 100, whatever it might be, company in a building like this, is to say we have the resources locally. And yes, I use it down here, with the school called Polk State. So yes, I'm a big fan of that. And he uses many local trades, even the construction process if we can. Subcontractors, those who work on the sites, all that. Absolutely, yes.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you so much, Mr. Ford.
Certainly.
Thank you, Chris. Diana, next round, we've got about 6 minutes. And again, I just want to reiterate to the public and everybody that's in attendance. So we will be continuing to address questions as they come in. There's a combination of questions and statements that are out there right now. So we will certainly control those that are within our jurisdiction that we can address. Again, the intention is we want everybody's input and feedback on this. This is not something that's going to be done in isolation. As you've heard repeatedly, this is a very long process. This is the very start and the very tip of it. I just want to make that clear as we go through this. We've got about 4 minutes left of our meeting. I don't know if perhaps, we'd like to stop here or I guess my recommendation, Mike, I see your hand up. Is there, again, understanding we've got about 4 minutes. We are going to carry this meeting forward over to our next April meeting. So looking forward to continuing the discussion, but go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, before we go in, I have two comments and one or two quick questions, but I don't know if it's up to everybody here tonight. The public's been waiting for a long period of time and heard testimony that may be applicable to some of their questions. So I don't know if we want to expand that or we're going to move forward into the next one, but if that's open to consideration for everybody on the call, as well as yourself, to hear the public. They've been patiently waiting. Saying that, and you guys can consider and decide on that. Saying that, just two quick statements. Mr. Ford, first of all, very impressive and great presentation, and you're obviously very experienced in your profession as well. So I thank you for you laying out a lot of clarity to your vision and your experience of what you could bring to the community. I mean, but putting it all out there, it's all about ratables, jobs. You're going to deal with sustainability. This development is based on economic conditions as they are today versus what they can be tomorrow. And it has to be a sustainable development of that size. And then as well as the traffic, let's put that right out there as well. So I just want to really focus that issue because a lot of the citizens as well as others are concerned, let alone the components of the development, short-term versus long-term. Secondly, just one question for you. In regards to your previous experience, have you considered doing community outreach and stakeholder process prior to just submitting applications? And in your past experiences, approaching a community with a vision or a development and getting community buy-in and or community support and municipal, county, local support to a project versus an application? I mean, how have you managed or mitigated that issue in your past experience?
My typical experience has been that to create a brand new PUD, a brand new ordinance, whatever it might be. Absolutely yes, because it's not permitted. You know, in this case, you know, our team was believing that you know, and I'm happy. Believe me, I'm happy to be here tonight and inform the public. I really am. But knowing that it's conforming, knowing it was within, you know, the zoning ordinance and all the parameters of it, normally we wouldn't go out and do a community type outreach. But if it was something new, a brand new, you know, plan unit development or plan development, some call it, yeah, she would typically, you know, consider doing an outreach and talking it through. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. That answers the question. And then finally, when you evaluated and decided upon a project, you obviously factored in your highest and best use. You mentioned the well warehousing as the niche product that is the highest and best use as you see it today. Obviously, with inflation, economic conditions, uncertainty, all those factors, jobs, etc., it really goes down to, you know, bringing this into a community today. Is it sustainable tomorrow? And have you factored that into your pro forma and or your considerations, or is it a long-term? Is it a short-term or long-term investment from your perspective?
Long-term.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, I'll table this, but I do want to set the stage for this. I hear a lot about traffic. Traffic studies usually look at the final end use and the impact to the roads, etc. But in a project and order of magnitude of this type of project, I think we got to consider site development, the pre-development, site development, the construction phases, and those impacts during all those phases, whether you're running supplies, trucks, fill, exporting fill, etc. The public needs to be aware, understanding during all those phases of that entire life cycle of the project, that traffic should maybe speak to that as we hear testimony moving forward. And that's all I have to say. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mike.
I'm sitting next to Mike. If I might just jump ahead here, I think the crux of this whole matter is this is not a brownfield, but the cost to this community to develop a rateable versus the actual tax benefits from this rateable really need to be assessed. And I think Mike's mentioned that and I'll put my wagon to his, and it all is going to boil down to traffic. I don't have anything further to say.
Thank you, Jerry. Well, I want to thank everybody from, you know, the witnesses, the attorneys, the public, for your patience and for your, you know, your participation in this. It is a critical component of us. And, you know, I just want to stress and reemphasize that, you know, again, I know this is going to be a longer process for us to get through all this stuff. And, you know, our goal is, I've seen some of the questions with regards to, future meetings, again, voice of the community, which is a really important piece of this. And, we will continue this process into as long as we need to with regards to getting through the testimony and making sure that we address all of the public questions and concerns around this. Christine, I see your hand up real quick. Is there something you wanted to address?
Super quickly. Yeah, super quickly. I was just wondering, we have some questions that came in, and I was wondering if the applicant would mind if the questions were passed to them so that we could maybe put together like a bulleted list of maybe answers for people so that they could get this information before the next meeting or at the next meeting, but at least we would have, they would have the ability to answer these questions for the people that were on the phone tonight that asked them.
Yeah, you read my mind, Christine.
So the answer to that is not at all. And that was, Chairman, I'll let you finish up first, but that was one of the things we were going to ask for. And then I just had a couple of housekeeping items.
Yeah,
So
that's
go ahead.
No, that sounds great. And Christine, you read my mind because I know there are a number of questions out there. Again, we'll distinguish between questions versus statement or opinion stuff, but we will make sure all of the questions get out there so that way the applicant and their team can take a look at those. With regards to some of the housekeeping items I've got on the agenda, one is I would recommend we look at a landscape plan as well as the lighting plan. I know those were two topics of discussion that we didn't really get an opportunity to dig too far into, or I have not seen specific plans aside from the high level stuff. So Mr. Goodwin, I would advise maybe I don't know if there's an expert or if there's maybe a deeper plan that the developer, Mr. Ford, has developed, but I would recommend if you do have that, if you could put that forward, I would appreciate it. Our next meeting, again, our carryover meeting for this conversation will be on April 6th. So that is the current date that we're looking at right now. I've seen a lot of questions with regards to in person and just for the record, so there's clarity amongst the community on this. So we have been virtual since the pandemic, and I know there are some different, I would say, departments or some different groups that have been getting together on an in-person basis. Obviously, our first concern was the health and well-being of the members of this board. We are evaluating that as a board. That is a process that we have to go through as a board to determine it. There are some notifications and things that need to go out that help drive that with us going back to an in-person session. So that is something that the board and I will be taking up and we will be discussing to put those plans in place. But I did want to address that housekeeping item while I saw some of those questions. And Mr. Gwynn, were there other, you had a couple of areas that you wanted to address as well, just in closing here.
Yeah, just well, really quickly, Mr. Chairman. So I was going to suggest, I know April 6th is the next meeting. If the board wants to do it, we'd be happy to do a special meeting and just answer the public's questions on the witnesses that we presented tonight. But I know that's extra work for the board. So it's up to you all if you want to do it. We could do it between now and then.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, one housekeeping issue on the ownership disclosure form. If the three owners listed, if they could give the percentage of ownership, that would be.
Yeah, I caught that as well, Jerry. Thank you for raising that.
We can do that.
Andrew?
Go ahead, John.
Just one request with having a special meeting to address the public. I think it would help if we went over the traffic study and the traffic expert first, and then let the public have because a lot of questions are coming in about that. I spent 3 hours studying that traffic study, and that's one of the reasons I was a little annoyed earlier that when I realized I wasn't going to get to it. I have a stack of questions on it, but there's 10 o'clock. I have work in the morning, so.
Yeah, no, and I think as Mr. Sylvester said, Mike had indicated this and alluded to it earlier. I mean, certainly the traffic component behind this, the environmental component behind this. I know there are a lot of important issues in front of us to be able to address this. And there's still, again, we have a lot of testimony to get through. So I recognize that. I appreciate everybody's patience because this is not a quick process and there's a lot of material to get through. I appreciate the volunteers that are on this, that are on the board, putting in 4 hours and those in the community and as well as the applicant. So, incredibly grateful for everybody's time and commitment to this. Just extremely important and certainly a very key area for us to look at and make sure that we've got a full understanding of what this project, there's full transparency across the board, and that we're aligned on it. So I am absolutely grateful for everyone's time. Mike, did you have any other comments you wanted to share?
Mr. Chairman, just really quickly, I was wondering if we could sometime in the next couple of days, if we could get a list of the questions like you were alluding to. I'm not sure how that works with Zoom.
Yeah, it's a good question. And let me ask Mike Silvestri. I mean, I can see the questions here. We can take some screenshots of them, but Mike, I don't know, is there an opportunity to download these?
I've saved the questions that were submitted.
Okay,
so
perfect.
we do have a copy of them. Before we disconnect, I will do a second save to make sure we didn't miss any.
Wonderful. Thank you, sir.
And then just lastly, Mr. Chairman, I'm wondering if, because we heard from Mr. Cohen and Mr. Dash tonight, if they could just confirm for us who they are representing in this, because I don't think we got to that at the beginning.
Mr. Cohen, I had mentioned earlier that I'm representing myself as a resident of Sparta Township.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that.
That's okay.
And Mr. Chairman, I will respond to that. I represent Georgiana and Michael Burns, who own and reside at 95 Demarest Road. And I do have just a question about procedure, Mr. Chairman. The questions that are presented, would they be posted on the website so that the public can see the questions being asked? And if there are any written responses by the applicant, they would also be posted.
Tom, is there a precedent for that or a recommendation from a legal perspective?
Not really. So that would be fine. If the applicant would like to answer them, they could send an answer and that could be posted with the questions. It all really has to be dealt with in the public hearing though. So anybody that has a question, really you have to be sworn and testify and ask questions in the public hearing if you have a continued dialogue or question. So Mr. Chairman, without further notice, we should carry this without additional notices to April 6th at 6 p.m. Again by Zoom until we have decided whether we're going off remote.
Okay, Mr. Cohen, did that address your question, sir?
That did, thank you.
Great. Mike, any last, I see your hand up as well. Again, I want to make sure I can address them to the extent that I can.
I think I appreciate everybody's patience today. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
But before we do, it will be carried without additional notices to April 6th, 6 p.m. Remote meeting like tonight. Thank you, everybody.
I'll second that motion.
Great. Thank you, everyone. And
all in favor?
Aye.
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 Have a great night.
Adjourned. Thank you, everybody, and good night. Have a wonderful rest of your week.
Right now.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
This concludes the Sparta, New Jersey Planning Board meeting. The time is 10:11 p.m. Eastern Standard.